Come on. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. So, yeah, we're streaming today. I couldn't stream yesterday because something came up last second, so I had to cancel the stream for yesterday. So anyway, we are gonna be playing this. Let me see. Okay, everything looks fine. Okay, there we go. Hold on a sec. Let me just see. Okay, yeah, no, everything looks fine. Okay. So yeah, we're back in this game. We're playing it. This game, this event just came out like, I think it was. When was it? I think it came out like only today. Yeah. So yeah, we're playing more of this game today. We'll see. The new character looks cool. Yeah, the new character looks cool, so I'm not sure if I should pull for the character. Maybe I do have tickets though. I do have a lot of tickets, so maybe I'll like do like 110, and then that'll be it. I got nothing. Oh wait, didn't that update come out? Hold on. Didn't the update for the shop come out? Hold on a sec. Where is it? Did this one come out yet? Oh, it did. I can get 85. Oh, and I could get basic cores. Oh. Yo, that's actually really pretty sick. Okay, hold on. Oh, I still have... Yeah, I still need to grab those. Okay, that's not bad. I could get 85. I guess I can get the character if I want to. Maybe. I only have 85. Or 86. Actually, how much do I have now? Plus 73. I can get the character now. How good is she? Hold on, let me just check. I'm so glad that they added it. Holy, okay. Wait a sec here. So let me see. Where is it? How good is this character? I don't know. She seems really cool. Okay. She's pretty decent. Okay, yeah, not so much for bosses, more general, mostly. Should I pull or should I not? I don't know. She seems cool. Oh, she does like AoE damage. I don't know, maybe I'll like just do another 10, see where that gets me. Okay, yeah, no. Oh, okay. I guess, yeah, that's that. Okay. This next character, I guess we'll see. Maybe I'll like pull. Maybe I'll like hold off and then see who the next character is. Yep. So yeah. Let's see here. What are these? Hold on a second. I could get 73. I have, how many of these? 76. 73, 76. That's 100.9. Okay, that's 100.9 pulls. Okay, I'm just gonna keep saving. Oh, what are these? Oh! Is this a rhythm game? Hold on a sec. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, it is a Simon Says. Okay, it's Simon Says, not a rhythm game. Okay. Wait, this is just Simon Says, okay. Okay. That's actually really pretty cool. And yep, and the rest are time locked. Okay, then what's this? Okay, let me see this. Oh. Oh, it's Catcher. Okay. It's okay. No, don't catch that. Ooh, too fast. Okay, got it. No! I got one. Damn, I missed one. Okay, 2,700. Game over. Okay, and then the rest are time locked, or time gated. What's this? Oh, is this matching? Oh, okay. Oh, it is matching. And time gated stuff. Okay. So yeah. That's the good. It says, oh, okay, yep. Okay, yeah, the mini games are pretty easy. They're not really that hard. Okay. Now we're on to story. How many story? Ooh. 1, 4, 1, 5, 6 stories, 9 stages, 3 side missions. Okay. Pretty basic, pretty basic. Frame self-diagnosis complete. System self-diagnosis complete. Attempting to connect to the local area network failed. Accessing neural cloud backup failed. Selecting new neural log destination directory. Neural cloud will be backed up to local destination confirmed. What is your model? Loud bang shatters the silence and swaying rays of light cut through the darkness. For a moment, the dazzling light shines right into the doll's eyes, seemingly igniting a fire within them. State your frame model. SSD 62D. Your employer. Not here, they don't know you either. Name. Quiha. Ever seen these before? No. Oh, give me a minute. Hold on. I'm just gonna shut the window. One sec. Ever been here before? There we go. No. Where did you put the stolen goods? I didn't. Look, I told you I haven't seen them before. What made the drag marks? Don't know. You know what the Nyan is? Obviously, I do. It's a legend from my hometown. Last question, do you know the scavengers? Of course. Kuihua opens her eyes wide and glares at the one-way mirror in the room like she's taunting it. She knows someone is watching her through it. It's true that it came here for the scavengers, but it's also true that I wasn't involved in any funny business. And no matter how long you decide to lock me up here to let me reflect on my actions, no matter how many times you question me, my answer will always be the same. I didn't do it. Sunlight streams in through the structural beams overhead, giving the cold air the illusion of warmth. As Sabrina walks through the trade fair, her eyes light up as she takes in the items on display and the bright red festive decorations. Wow, it's cheese! You hardly ever see this in the Yellow Zone. Can I buy some, please? Oh, and there are ketchup, ham, and sausages too. The commander might want to try these. It's true that the ingredients here are rather uncommon in the Yellow Zone, but this isn't the time to think about what we'll be eating, no? Remember our mission, Sabrina. Sorry. It's just that things were so peaceful that I ended up... but this is urgent. Sabrina turns to a nearby stall owner and begins gesticulating wildly as she speaks, with her fingers pinched. Excuse me, but have you seen a doll about? She's about this tall, a bit shorter than me, and with a fiery color scheme, and looks very energetic and lively. No, wait, the last time I saw her was several years ago. What if she's neither fiery nor energetic now? No, that can't be. I'm sure she's still doing fine. Calm down. Let the owner put down what he's carrying first. Also, we have a picture of Kuihua, don't we? Pardon me, dear customer, coming through. The man's burden is piled up far above his head. As he brushes past Sabrina, the shaky tower suddenly begins to collapse. Look out. My cargo. I got it. Are you alright, senor? The stall owner dusts himself off as he gets back to his feet. Thank you, miss. I'm okay as long as my cargo is safe. But you're bleeding. It's just a scratch. However, this cargo is important for the climax of this festival, Trade Fair. If anything happened to it, I wouldn't be able to make up for it, even if you docked all my points. I'm just glad you reacted so quickly, miss. Oh yes, I seem to remember you were asking me something. We were separated from one of our friends. Have you seen the doll in this picture? Let me take a look. Yeah, she seems kind of familiar. I think I've seen her before. Wait, really? Lucky us. We only just started looking and we've already found a clue. Have you seen her here? When did you see her? Where did she go? Slow down, miss. No, wait. The doll I saw didn't look like her. I'm sorry, but there are just too many customers and dolls for me to clearly remember. We're having a festive trade fair. After all, as for this doll, I might have seen her, might have not. I can't be sure. Festive trade fair. You didn't know about it. We've had a huge rush of customers recently, and most of them came just to attend ours. I'm pretty sure that in the entire Yellow Zone, hardly anyone else is bigger or better than us. Stall owner unconsciously puffs up his chest as he gives Sabrina a thumbs up. I mean, the festival's almost here, right? Every year we hold a special broker's fair here and lay out all the best stuff we've found over the course of the year. Most of it is the good stuff from the green zone. You've come to the right place, dear customers. Oh, no wonder this place is so crowded. Perhaps did Kuihua come for this fair too? The busiest time of the fair is still a while off. Once it usually opens in a few days' time, every single bit of empty space here will be stuffed full of people. You see that half-built stage over there? They're setting it up for the opening ceremony. Once it's built, things will be ready to kick off. The owner looks up at the semi-assembled platform and he can't help his face from creasing with a smile. Seems you're really looking forward to the opening. Will there be a special performance on that day? The performance? Yeah, right. As if anyone would care about that nonsense on that day. The stuff that the inspector hand out will be the real show. Cheese block. Cheese block. Wait, did I miss something? Wait. Stuff. No. Okay. Where the fuck? Cheese blocks. Collapse pieces. Everything: food, spices, medicines, clothes, you name it. It's all there. It's a full half a year's worth of living supplies, only for permanent residents like us. During this time in previous years, the owner suddenly lowers his voice. We've already had our supplies on hand by this time last year. The suspicious day that the management committee decided on this year is later on, and the opening ceremony is also delayed until that day rolls around. It's apparently some kind of superstition or feng shui business, but I've got my doubts. Perhaps I've said too much. After noticing a squad of uniformed security guards walking towards him, the owner immediately shuts up. What I'm saying is, since we've all waited an entire year for this, what's a few days more? In any case, welcome to my stall, miss. Would you like anything? Even if I don't have it in stock, feel free to ask. I'd be happy to recommend a suitable place to you. Oh, well, I like the cheese you have here, but something urgent just came up. Sabrina looks away from the stall owner's eager gaze and quickly pushes Graza elsewhere. Brokers' fairs like this are a rare sight in the Yellow Zone. Actually, seeing one in the flesh is quite an eye-opener. It's hard to stay tense in an atmosphere like this. It's almost like a festival, in fact. Kuihua, did she really go missing here? I don't see anything around that could threaten a tactical stall. Graza scans her surroundings. They're surrounded by people moving goods, people decorating their stalls, people browsing through said stalls, and the air is filled with life and chewiness that she hasn't seen in a while. This place is too big. We need to be more efficient. I'll inquire at those stalls over there. I'll leave this place to you, Sabrina. Remember to stay in touch. Once we finished scouting out our assigned areas, we'll head back to meet up with the commander. Don't worry about it. Leave the matter of the cheese aside for now. Graza lightly pats Sabrina on the back, then turns and leaves without looking back. As the sun slowly descends in the western sky, the shadows of the crowd slowly begins to elongate. Commander, we're back. How did it go? Did you hear anything about Kuihua? It's just like the reports from before. The security in the settlement is quite good, and the stallholders in this fair are more relaxed when talking to us. Their wariness is lower, and they seem to be working together to focus on sales. Security is being handled by those patrolling guards. Unfortunately, there was no news about Kuihua, and while this might not be relevant, I'm somewhat concerned about that festive trade fair. You mean the one that's going to begin in a few days? I saw posters for it nearby while I was looking for information. Yes, it seems this community has a tradition of holding a special trade fair. In the past, the residents would receive half a year's worth of daily necessities on the opening ceremony, so everyone's looking forward to the start of the trade fair. However, what got my attention was the fact that the opening of this year's fair seems to have been delayed. I didn't get it. What does this have to do with Kuihua? Well, it's just an unfounded guess. I might be overthinking things. Commander, we need more time to make a breakthrough in this case. Is Kuihua alright? She hasn't responded to our calls or texts. What exactly happened to her? Sabrina pulls up the text message log. The last one was sent 43 hours ago. Something big happened. Wait for me, Kuihua, aka Hawk. It's been 43 hours. If only her most recent coordinates were more precise. She's a big girl. She couldn't be hiding anywhere around here. Sabrina looks down at her communicator. The gray dot representing Kuihua's location does not move, and its stillness seems a little oppressive. Worrying about her won't do us any good. We need to find her ASAP. That'll answer all of our questions. It'll be fine, Sabrina. Have some faith in Kuihua. Considering she could survive in the yellow zone by herself for all these years, I think she can look after herself for a few days even. If she ran into a bit of trouble, let's focus on gathering information here. That said, we need to be careful. Pose as fairgoers from the outside and don't draw the attention of the local police again. Yep, Kuihua will be fine, right? Nice. Alright. Let's see here. 1-1. So yeah, tomorrow is gonna be Arc Nights. We're gonna be streaming Arc Nights tomorrow. We're gonna be doing the new or the EX stages that's opening tomorrow, or later today. Actually, it's opening later today, and then we're gonna be doing it tomorrow. 12 hours ago, the owl suddenly breaks and abruptly wakes me up from a nap. Outside the windows, an unknown light source is slowly brightening the sky. Commander, did we disrupt your sleep? We're almost at our destination according to our planned route. We're still short distance away. I'm trying to figure out why we stopped. Door to the ops room opens and then Mei Ling and Sabrina enters inside. Commander, are we there yet? Kuihua. Commander. Is it me or are there a ton of vehicles up ahead? Am I seeing things? Is my sanity slipping because I pulled too many all-nighters? I don't want them still young. Mei Ling, I don't think you're seeing things. Raza pulls up the radar display and a big screen is filled with densely packed blips representing various vehicles. They're spreading out in a fan shape, moving slowly and erratically. Most of these vehicles are still operational and I don't hear any sounds of fighting, so it's probably not a traffic accident caused by a firefight if I'm not wrong. This looks like a traffic jam, Commander. So it was a traffic jam. Thank goodness, I thought I was seeing... Huh? Wait. Traffic jam in the yellow zone. Mei Ling lifts her head with a dazed look on her face and pinches her cheeks. That hurt, but no, I'm not dreaming. I didn't know you could get traffic jams in places other than green zone. It's hard to believe, but considering we're in an unregulated area with no traffic laws, once traffic volume exceeds the design capacity of the local roads, in the absence of people to direct traffic and adding on weather issues, traffic jams are a definite possibility. Commander, we can't drive the MCV into a situation like this. We'll need to change our mode of transportation to reach our destination. How about our jeeps? Now before that, let's verify our current information, Graza. Yes, Commander. Graza removes the radar image of the vehicles and rearranges the main display, centering a single line of big text. Something big happened. Wait for me, Kuihua, aka Hawk. 24 hours ago, Type 975, or Kuihua, as she's now known, lost contact after sending a message to us and Aminda. She was scheduled to rendezvous with us imminently. Subsequently, Aminda contacted us asking for help. Kuihua's last known location was at the coordinates up ahead, inside a settlement called Darksteel Farm. Zoom in on Darksteel Farm and pull up any annotations you might have. Yes, Commander, according to the intel provided by Aminda, while the settlement is called a farm, it no longer has any agricultural capability, being a legacy title from before the war. It was abandoned for a long time before being taken over by a group known as the Management. It is currently one of the most secure regions in the Yellow Zone. Give me a sec, hold on. No, give me a sec, hold on, give me a minute. Alright, where were we? And dolls can still go missing in such a secure place. Seems worse than people going missing in lawless areas. The ops room door opens and a newcomer slides into our discussion. Hey, it's Barry. Well, this is the yellow zone. After all, the fact that these settlements are still standing at all is a minor miracle, and to be fair, Darksteel Farm is quite well known among us brokers. Barry, what are you doing here? I came to see if I could help out. I dare say my knowledge of the yellow zone is second to none. Don't worry about me, Commander. Keep going through the intel. So that's the geography of the farm. It's in a good place. It has cliffs on 3 sides, making it very defensible. Definitely a good place for a settlement. Perhaps that's why they rebuilt it after it was abandoned. So you're saying we have to assault them on the side with a comparatively gentle slope. Side that's currently clogged up with vehicles. I don't think the situation is serious enough that we have to mount a frontal assault. The management has set up a security checkpoint at the sole pass leading to the farm. Anyone with an entry permit obtained from a broker or a sufficiently well-known faction can enter after passing the inspection. Entry permit. I think I have some friends who've done business with Darksteel before. They might be able to help. Want me to try hitting them up? No need for that. Aminda's already applied to get some for us. Their entry guidelines also state that pretty much all forms of heavy weaponry are prohibited within Darksteel Farm. Also, the number of combat-capable dolls allowed to enter the settlement is limited, as you can see on the screen. That is all the intel we have, Commander, please. A loud alert fills the air, and comms request from Aminda fills the main screen, interrupting Gross's words. Commander is from Aminda. Put her through. Hello, Quihua's Commander. Oh, hey, Miss Perry's there too. Thanks for your help during the race. I'm glad everyone made it out safely. I'm guessing that you've already reached Darksteel Farm by now. I became a little frantic because Quihua's signal suddenly vanished. I'll remember some detail later once I was able to calm down. I'm glad you guys haven't headed out yet. You still have some time, Aminda. Don't worry, take your time. Okay, I've already transferred Quihua's affiliation to the Elmo. Darksteel Farm has tons of rules and regulations, so I think that'll help you get her back more easily. Got it, thank you. Also, I also have one more piece of news. Aminda lowers her head, looking for something. I found that Darksteel Farm has its own currency, so visitors have to go to a currency exchange to trade resources for virtual currency called contribution points before they make purchases. So please prepare ahead of time if you plan to rest and resupply inside the settlement. That sounds very similar to Green Zone credits to me. Each region has its own independent credits, but I always thought everyone would stick to collapse pieces or Stardust Gold and contamination zones like the underground brokers do. Yep. Trades and collapse pieces do exist, but it's only for large-scale transactions between the management and underground brokers. All goods in the farm belong to the farm, and the residents earn contribution points through their labor, which they exchange for the items they need to survive. That system is similar to how things work in the safe zones. But don't confuse that place with an actual satellite city. It's Yellow Zone settlement through and through. Minda raises her head again and looks at us. Right, that's all the intel I have. I won't take up any more of your time, so please find Quihua ASAP. She is a capable assistant and a good friend of mine. If I had more manpower on my side. Well, that's enough about that. In any case, I'm leaving it to you. Hope she comes back safely. After we exchange farewells, Aminda ends the transmission. Your orders, Commander. Since the security situation there is fairly stable and our objective is just to find Quihua, we'll mount up while keeping a low profile and aim to settle things as quickly as we can. Ross and Sabrina will accompany me through the farm security checkpoint. Everyone else will stand by on the Elmo. You're not taking me, Commander. I want to help too. Harry raises her arm and hops around to get my attention. I reach down and pat her head. The common situation on the Elmo is better, and staying aboard will allow you to better leverage your intel advantage. Don't worry, you'll be helping me. Well, if you say so, Commander. Commander, the Jeep is ready. We can head out any time. 10 hours ago. The Jeep emerges from the mass of milling vehicles like a ragged lion escaping a stampede of crazed wild beasts. wild. Yes, that's totally the right. Is that? Wait, no. No, 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 it's not. No, 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 no. Yeah, no, it should have an A, not two E's. Before coming to a halt. Covered by searchlights and gun muzzles, the crowd reluctantly forms up into a line. Model of accompanying dolls, number of accompanying dolls. Weapon scan model of accompanying dolls, number of accompanying dolls, weapon scan authorization, form completed and sent. Commander, I finished filling in the pre-inspection form. Now we have to head over to the checkpoint. Looks like we'll be queuing up for a while. Graza looks at the electronic sign in front of her. Estimated waiting time 30 minutes. Wow, there's nothing like the rest of the yellow zone. This is nothing like the rest of the yellow zones. Is it because there are tons of people here? Things here seems pretty stable, maybe even prosperous. There's a harshness behind that prosperity. Normal settlements wouldn't impose such rigorous security checks. Green zone amusement parks are also strictly vetted, but amusement parks don't have gun turrets flanking the entrance. Raza looks up at the menacing gun barrels towering over her. Looks like they've got the whole line in enfilade. How exciting. I'm kind of curious, do they have the habit of raking their security checkpoints with gunfire? Raza doesn't respond, only looks at the gun turrets once again. Estimated waiting time 15 minutes. Oh, we're almost there. The closer we get to the checkpoint, the more guards there are. There were hardly any people maintaining order when we were further away just now. Looks like they're concentrating their defenses around their home ground. Hello and welcome to Darksteel Farm. Please have your entry permits ready for presentation before you enter the checkpoint. I will need to vet your pre-inspection forms. There is no need to stop. Please continue moving along. Raza displays the entry form that Aminda has requested for them. Received. 1 moment, please. Long silent wait follows. Excuse me, is it done yet? Did you lose network connection or something? My apologies, but we have many visitors at the moment, and some delays are to be expected. Please understand. There is something strange about that last part, like there's a kind of unspoken bizarre passive aggressiveness brewing in the background. Raza, Sabrina. Sensing something wrong, I quietly whisper a warning to them. Commander, what do you need me to do? Understood. Huh? Raza realizes what I'm getting at and tucks her hand away without changing her expression, ready for battle. Estimated waiting time 5 minutes. The guards usher the people ahead of us into the checkpoint. Sabrina begins getting uneasy too. Commander, is it me or are there more and more guards around us? Sabrina sidles up to me and asks me quietly through, though there's still a hint of naive hope in her voice. Sorry to keep you waiting. A pair of gun muzzles suddenly appear from behind the guard, and the sound of turret machinery actuating comes from above us. Raza moves to stand in front of me. Your entry permits have been frozen for confidential reason. We politely request that you cooperate with our investigation. Personal dolls and weapons will be impounded for a time being. Should there be a misunderstanding, they will be returned to you shortly. You're taking us away. Where to? Potential hostiles incoming. Commander, your orders, please. I see people moving within the checkpoint and more and more guards stepping outside. Guided by the guards, people around us in the queue begin distancing themselves from us and move over to the more distant inspection counters. The steadily widening gap they leave around us is filled by the guards erecting portable barriers. Look up at the turrets above us, which seems to be taking aim. Now, fall back. Estimated waiting time 0 minutes. All right, let's see here. Must say, Scamho Graza, we're going to crash. We only just got on the Jeep. Relax. Sharp turn is followed by a mad dash. Which we do, they're still chasing us. My shield won't last much longer. Suddenly braking is followed by rapid acceleration. Before the inertia can fling us out of the vehicle, Sabrina and I get slammed back into our seats. Now the traffic outside is heavy, it'll snarl them up too. You won't be able to pursue us for long. Keep it up for 30 more seconds, okay. The Jeep performs several nimble twists and turns before leaving the whole mess behind it. Phew, looks like we lost some Commander. Grazi, you're amazing. Blinking light representing an oncoming transmission comes in is from the ammo. Reach out and accept the transmission. Commander, I'm seeing your Jeep coming back. Did something happen? There was a small issue. Our entry permits were frozen and we were nearly detained by checkpoint security. We just shook off their pursuit. Looks like going through the front door isn't an option. You call that a small issue? You're so cool, Commander. We'll need to find another way into the settlement. Harry, use your contacts and the ammo comms here and think of something. I'll take Rosa and Sabrina with me and to scout the surroundings between us, and we might be able to come up with a plan. The settlement was built over a set of ruins, so keep an eye out for pre-existing ventilation ducts, water pipes, and signs of remaining infrastructure. I refuse to believe they managed to seal everything off when they built the settlement. I got it, I'll work on it right away. I lean back into my seat, calming my racing heartbeat and respiration. We should get started too. 6 hours to go. Commander, our drones found an abandoned passage. It looks like a sewer from a long time ago. It might be able to bypass the checkpoint and allow access to the settlement. Send the details over. Hurry sends the footage and coordinates from the recon drone. Our drones only managed to penetrate a short way into the passage because there's a drainage grate inside. There's a lot of stuff caught on the grate too, so this is all we could get. A doll could possibly tear through it if they went in, though. It's nearby, that's good. Commander, Sabrina and I can head in to scout the path. Alright, let's move out.
Give
me a minute, I'm gonna grab a drink. I forgot to grab one before starting stream, so give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. Where are we? Okay, there we go. Okay. I thought I couldn't hear the sound. I thought that it got muted for some reason. Ah, it's fine. There's just like no music playing. Hmm. Hmm. Frame self-diagnosis complete. System self-diagnosis complete. Attempting to connect to local area network failed. Accessing neural cloud backup failed. Selecting new neural log destination directory. Neural cloud will be backed up to a local destination confirmed. SSD 62D Huihua. This interview session regarding your involvement with multiple supply theft incidents will be conducted. Under the supervision of the inspector and 3 on-duty representatives. Please be aware that your statements are admissible in a court of law. Do you fully understand the preceding statement as it has been presented to you? Yes, you already told me at least. You already told me last time. An image is projected on the wall and Kuipa looks at it. A pair of tactical dolls flank a human in body armor as they slowly retreat from the encirclement of security troopers. Their situation looks precarious. Kuipa's attention is drawn to the silver-haired doll, who seems to be at a loss for words what to do next. Then she quickly glances at the other doll and then the human that they're both protecting. She stares at them for a long time until her attention is drawn away by the head interrogator. Do you know the people in this image? I can't be sure. Did they come to link up with you? I can't be sure. No, wait, even if I did know them, they'd only be here to pick me up. What's this nonsense about linking up with me? Your statement indicates that these people are similar to others that you know. Is that true? You know who they are. I maintain my right to silence. You guys have that here, right? Do you or do you not know their plan and route of withdrawal? Nope. Have you told them where the stolen goods are placed? That's a leading question. I don't know anything about those stolen goods or whatever. Let's move back to you. Do you have any collaborators? Collaborators? Say what? Obviously, she isn't going to get an answer. After a brief silence, a voice interrupts the questioning. Inspector, I have something to say. It's important. It's urgent. Speaker is so excited that his voice cracks a little, but Kuihua can just barely make out the voice's owner. Kuihua's eyes light up. Chief Yura, are you over there? I think I heard your voice. Sit down, Yura. It's not your place to speak. I have evidence. My people just found some new evidence. The loudspeaker cuts off with a beep, leaving only the sound of electrical humming and crackling to echo inside the room. Yura? Hello, I can't hear you guys. Hello. Hey, are you listening to me? Silence engulfs the room. Kuihua looks at the one-way mirror and she has a vague idea about what might be happening on the other side, but it's beyond her reach. Comms check. Commander, this is Groz and Sabrina. I read you. The beam from my headlamp barely manages to illuminate the ground at my feet. But it also makes the fathomless darkness all the more sinister. Groz can hear the echoes of her voice and her footsteps. We just got through 2 layers of the grate and we made it into the tunnel. There seems to be more than one path through here, and I can feel the movement of the air. I think there's another opening here. We haven't encountered any enemies so far. We're continuing forward toward the center of the settlement, but it seems a little quiet. What are the conditions inside the tunnel? We're seeing signs of limescale and traces of sedimentation. Perry's guess was right. This was probably part of the drainage system, just abandoned for a long time. The insides are pretty flat, and the atmosphere sensors aren't picking up anything unusual. Looks like things are going more smoothly than expected. Don't get careless, stay alert, and carry on. Understood. Transmission ends. Graza, what do you mean when you said it seems a little too quiet? Isn't that a good thing? Doubt starts creeping into Sabrina's voice. Why would they overlook a tunnel this size, not like it's a smaller drain? People on the surface are well equipped, but they didn't fortify or harden an obvious opening like this. I find it hard to believe that this was just an oversight by the settlement's leadership. Since when was our luck ever this good? Yeah, you're right, but what could it mean? Maybe there's some reason that they don't need to defend this place, or perhaps setting up defenses here were too costly. Wait, does that mean that this place is dangerous? I'm starting to get goosebumps. Raza suddenly comes to a halt. What happened? Did you hear something? I might be imagining things. No, you should come listen to it too. Sabrina stops and tilts her head attentively. Nope, don't hear a thing. Sabrina pulls a small device out of her frame's internal storage. I made this audio amplifier myself. Maybe I'll hear something when I hook it up. The gentle breeze blows through and carries with it a quiet sound like some kind of ephemeral wailing. I think I heard something. It sounds like human speech. Raza, this is the physical world, right? Ghosts and such, they don't exist, right? Human speech, what are they saying? I'll try and listen in. Help me. Well, it's definitely human speech. That's coming closer to us. A quiet cry for help. The sound of something heavy dragging across the ground. Footsteps gradually resolving into clarity. Cut your lights and hug the wall now. What's happening all of a sudden? Too late. Before she can finish, a swift gust of wind rushes past Sabrina. Legs. What the hell? What are all these elites doing here? We're for battle. Alright, we just gotta kill them all right, so.
了解 分かった
Raza takes down the last of the elites. Finally, was that the last one? Can I turn my lights on now? I'm turning mine on now. That person called for help. She's still alive. Miss, you're alright. Are you hurt? The woman in question has collapsed on the ground. Her eyes drift around unfocusedly, and then she suddenly erupts into an ear-piercing shriek. We beat up all the bad guys. It's okay. It's okay. Stay back. Miss, you're hurt. You need help. We're dolls, not elites. Sabrina tries to smile in a disarming way as much as possible. Raza tugs on Sabrina's sleeve and shakes her head imperceptibly. Don't ask me. I don't know. Her wailing trails off in silence. Miss, oh no, she's passed out. Is it from blood loss? What should we do? I'll try to stop bleeding. Sabrina pulls out first aid kit out of her frame internal storage. Raza quickly triages the woman's injuries. Then she glances towards the direction the elites and the woman have come from. Signs of drag marks are immediately obvious. Most of the blood loss is from gunshot wounds. Her abrasions weren't too severe, and she was only dragged for a short distance. If we could follow them back to their source, perhaps their origin is also our destination. Are we bringing her with us while we do that? Moving while carrying casualty is kind of difficult. Sabrina, you stay here and care for her. Back me up when needed. I'll head out for a bit before coming back. I'll be gone for 20 minutes. It won't be far, and the risk should be manageable. Oh, but that's so dangerous. We run into elites again. Sabrina meets Graza's gaze and swallows the words she's about to say. Okay, I got it. Still, don't push yourself too hard and come back soon. 20 minutes later. I received a comms request from Graza while in Jeep. Graza, how's it looking? Commander, we found an entrance to the settlement. However, something unexpected happened. Graza briefly describes what happened. God is so that wounded lady is out of danger for a moment. But she can't be moved easily either. Is that it? Yes, Commander. Should we bring her back to the Alamo? We can't be sure if she's an ally or an enemy, and we don't know about Quihua's condition. Ross and Sabrina, wait there for a bit. I'll meet up with you, and then we'll enter the settlement together. As for the wounded woman, I'll have Colfin and Vepley look after her. We'll decide our next move when she regains consciousness. Understood.
みんなありがとう。完璧なショーができたよ。シャークリンの次のパフォーマンスにも期待してね。
Our first day searching for Quihua in the trade fair ends in failure. We discuss our next move after beating up. Should we go investigate another location while a few places are as populated as the trade fair? We might be able to learn something new. Or maybe we could walk around the fair again. We've only gone around the places once, so we might have missed something. Sabrina looks over the trade fair again. There are eye-catching mascots everywhere, and while the decorations aren't too fancy, they're enough to dazzle the eye. The vendors and customers just keep pouring in, making the environment more and more complex for each passing moment. Let me think. Commander, there's a heavy... Raza's warning is drowned out by a roar of the engines. All I see is her mouth moving and the crowd beginning to move. Vendors don't look nervous. Why is that? Raza freezes up for a moment, then begins surveying the surroundings without saying a word. Nearby merchants don't look afraid. In fact, they're smiling. Indeed, this kind of noise usually precedes a bandit raid. In other settlements, merchants would have started packing up their stalls by now. It's the expedition team. The expedition team has arrived. I heard that the road running in front of the warehouse was under repair recently, so the expedition team is detouring through here. And when you say expedition, what exactly are you talking about? Oh, are you customers from the outside? You see a bunch of heavily armed guys passing through here in a bit. They're the expedition forces of our Darkstone farm. Or dear customers, we're not here for involuntary asset transfers. We don't operate like people on the outside. Look, the convoy is actually passing through. It's your lucky day. You'll get to see our expedition team leader in the flesh. That doesn't happen often. Our expeditions usually go on for a really long time, and past leader Garen would bring his boys back in just a few days, but recently they've been gone up for 2 weeks at a time. Yeah, good thing they made it back in a timely manner. I bet they've got a lot of good stuff with them. This is a good sign. Roar of the engines gradually died down, and everyone turns to look in the same direction. A convoy of jeeps and heavy bikes slowly cruises by. Alright, hold on a sec. I'm just like eating something real quick. Hold on. The convoy is led by a big motorcycle. Its rider, a massive man in full combat gear, was casually steering his ride with one hand while waving with the other. His response seems to excite the surrounding vendors, who begin to shout and cheer. I might not know this, but the reason why we can set up here without having to worry about anything is because Expedition Leader Garen and his boys go out and collect supplies for us. In fact, it's thanks to Leader Garen's valiant efforts that this festive trade fair is even possible in the first place. There's every man for himself on the outside, right? In here, everyone has a job and we do it. The expedition team finds stuff and we sell it. Yeah, life's easy for us because everyone does their part. Still, the hardest working people on the farm are Inspector Leo and Expedition Leader Garen. Yeah, it's got to be Inspector Leo and Expedition Leader Garen. No doubt about it, it's the Inspector and the Expedition Leader. Why aren't you inquiring further to your customer? Aren't you the least bit curious about these big shots of ours? How can we keep praising them if you don't ask us about it? Go on. Vendors seem to be in such high spirits that it actually comes off as a little oppressive to the dolls. So why does everyone like them so much anyway? Nothing special really, it's just because they built Darksail Farm with their own hands. Brought everyone together and distributed the work among all of us, that's all. That's right, and they built our checkpoint, laid down the settlement guidelines, made sure they came back from all their expeditions with something to show for them, and enrich all their lives with a fair and well-planned system of distributing resources. Simple as that. Vendors all smiles as they look expectantly at the dolls. And while you're looking at me, are you waiting for me to say something? Let me see. I see, your Inspector and Expedition Leader sounds like great people. Bringing Sabrina along was the right decision. The vendor seems satisfied with that. Just then, there is movement on the other side of the trade fair. A man escorted by uniformed guards heads towards the expedition convoy. The vendor's attention are drawn to the newcomer. Oh hey, the inspectors come to welcome the expedition back. Sure, lucky dear customers, you get to see both of our prominent figures at once. It's pretty good, right? Since our big shots are get along, the rest of us can live in peace. I heard that in the past they were both bounty hunters who befriended each other. Their friendships older than the settlement. Both contingents make contact. And from where I'm standing, I can see the expedition team leader take off his mask and laugh heartily. The inspector and the expedition leader clap each other on the shoulders and their mouths move. But the words are drowned out by the surrounding noise. Raza, can you get closer? Try to eavesdrop on what they're saying. Raza nods, blends into the excited crowd. Shortly afterwards, the group heads away from the trade fair together and Raza returns to my side. They were just exchanging greetings. The inspector seemed to be asking about their casualty status, and the expedition leader replied. We rolled hands at this so that we didn't lose anyone. It was milk run. You, on the other hand, you better speak up if you're having difficulties. We both know how things have been for the past 2 years. Doesn't sound like anything special. Is all this stuff we're learning going to help us find Quihawk? It doesn't seem relevant right now, but perhaps we need to change our approach. Let me think. Right, back to work. Seeing the inspector and expedition leader made me feel like I need to do my part too. The Defensive Trade Fair is our battleground. That's right, we need to lock in too. Keep an eye out on my stall. The Nyan isn't going to take a single gram away from me. Even if a Boojum comes, it won't get anything from me either. I'd rather those Boojums stay away forever. Well, even if one does turn up, I'm sure Expedition Leader Garen can deal with it, right? I heard that he beat 100 elites to death when he was outside with his bare hands. What? Can humans even do that? Why not? That's what all those pulp novels from circulating in the farm say. Granted, I haven't actually seen him do it in person. But it's gotta be grounded in reality. There's gotta be some basis to it, right? Still, I haven't heard about anyone being robbed by the Nyan recently. My nephew's in the guards, and they say they've caught a suspect for being the Nyan. Maybe there won't be any more robberies from now on. You can catch something like that. My uncle's in the expedition team. He says it's an immortal monster that comes and goes without a trace and only goes to sleep in spring. I have no idea what they're talking about since just now. What's the Nyan? Is it some new kind of elite? I'm not too sure, but apparently one's been captured, and Kuihua went missing around the same time. It's worth looking into. The Nyan sounds kind of familiar. Now, who mentioned it before? It wasn't Maylene. I think Maylene told me a story about it in the past. A light snow had been falling outside back then, and the season seemed to match up. Man, why not just ask them directly? These vendors seem like nice people. Surely they'll tell us about it, right? Sabrina decides to ask him about the Nyan. The Nyan? Well, you don't need to worry about it, dear customers. Looks like it was actually a thief mucking about. I've never heard of it going after outsiders before. That expedition team, Uncle mine, said that it comes out to cause trouble when winter gives way to spring, and it goes back to sleep once spring comes. Hang in there, it won't be long. The festive trade fair is coming, and so is spring, like they say in the farm. Stronger each spring. This Nyan sounds like a marvelous beast. Is your uncle an expert on such things? Yeah, all the stuff about the Nyan was collected by his pals in the expedition team from data chips they found outside. It's just that recently we've been losing stuff here and there, and it fit the description of that Nyan monster causing trouble. Utter nonsense, but what's all this rubbish about monsters, if you ask me? It's the fault of those trash collectors. My nephew in the guards has been doing extra shifts because of them for a long time. They've changed patrols, and apparently they found weird tracks where those trash collectors live. Personally, I think it was done by some horrible Uma or something. I mean, we're in the contamination zone. I wouldn't be surprised if there were weird mutants running around. There's no getting through to occult freaks like you. As if you're any better, where's your proof? You're conspiracy theorists. Thanks, guys. We'll take our leave then. Let's just begin arguing with each other and pay no heed to us. Sabrina breathes a sigh of relief as she backs away. She then signals Graza and me, indicating that we should follow her. However, in her relief, Sabrina has not realized that a squad of patrolling guards is approaching us. Sabrina, look. Graza warning comes too late. As Sabrina backs up, she crashes into the guard behind her. I'm sorry. It's alright, dear guests. Actually, we were looking for you. Would you mind coming with us? Uh-oh. Could be that you've seen the doll we're looking for. I'm sorry, but I don't quite get your meaning. However, I'm sure you don't want to cause a huge disturbance here, am I right? Well, of course, I don't want to make trouble, but I mean, while you're in uniform and look really convincing, blindly following strangers in the yellow zone is really dangerous. I'll need a more convincing reason to go with you. Marza looks at me, and after seeing me nod, she indicates that Sabrina doesn't need to stall them. After all, rather than traipse around trying our luck, I'd rather place my faith in the chance of turning our situation around. Who knows? We might end up finding a new clue. Is it right, Sabrina? Please lead the way, gentlemen. The guard squad leader nods and takes us to a place on the outskirts of the fair. There are empty stalls around us, and the lights are off. There are signs reading "Preparing for the future" for the fair. Wait, what? Hold on, sorry. Preparing for the fair nearby. We apologize for interrupting your shopping, but we received an anonymous report from a stall owner. Apparently, you've been browsing the fair for several hours, but haven't purchased anything. Is that true? The The guard's polite but suspicious gaze falls on our empty hands. We simply wish to understand the wares that are on offer at your trade fair in order to optimize our financial expenditures and acquire anything at once. And since the festive fair hasn't officially opened yet, I believe we ought to have some time to consider our purchases, and we're not free to do that. I see that is the most sensible explanation. However, according to our anonymous report, you specifically, these two dolls, did not ask any questions about what our sales personnel were selling. I've only just arrived here, so being curious about unfamiliar things is unavoidable. These questions were also meant to help us determine the length of our stay and the reliability of your merchandise. I see perhaps this was just a misunderstanding. However, we are compelled to do our due diligence, and thus I must remind you that according to the farm resident regulations, any personnel inquiries, eavesdropping and other such activities that are not sanctioned by the farm management are considered illegal. Repeat offenders will be banished from the farm and permanently barred from entry. Surely you must have heard that when passing through the security checkpoint, I urge you to keep that in mind and avoid doing this again. Being permanently barred from entry sounds pretty stiff. Well, that's a stroke of bad luck. I exchanged glances with Graza. I see we'll keep that in mind. Now please show us your entry permits. The interaction constitutes a first warning. I will need to verify your entry permit serial number and ensure that said warning has been logged. Entry permit. Sabrina sidles up to me and nervously asks a question. Commander, our entry permits, they won't work, right? I mean, if even asking around is illegal, then when are they going to think of illegal immigration like what we just did? You think they'll dump us off the side of the cliff? I pass Sabrina's back and console her while I observe the surroundings. Around the edges of the trade fair and the cold wind is blowing wildly through the empty stalls. There are drifts of uncleared gray-white snow piled up against the walls. Even if you make a ruckus, I doubt it'll draw much attention. I give Graza a meaningful look. Graza, my permit's right. Certainly my permit's right here. I make a show of reaching into my backpack, and the guards focus their attention on me. Graza is ready to strike. Here you go. Guard squad leader reflexively reaches out to take my permit. I grab his hand and immediately put his arm into a lock. The other guards are taken completely by surprise. Graza knocked him out. Will do. Graza seizes the opportunity I've created while I yank the guard leader away from his squad. Sabrina, back Graza up. Just like that? Sorry, Mr. Guard, but right now, I need to ensure our freedom of movement. Alright. Ooh. Look at this place. Oh, hang on a bit. I want to top off my battery. Oops, I actually skipped that. Your best, Graza. You've already beaten half of the enemy. Sabrina, that's called supporting. Let's go, everyone. We're withdrawing towards Sabrina. Chocolate. I'm listening. You can break out in that direction, right? Make sure you protect the commander. What's that in our withdrawal direction? Is that an ice sculpture? How interesting. The device doesn't look like one. Perhaps we should check it out if we get a chance. Okay. Give me a sec, hold on. Alright. Now let's see. So, we need to make our way to the end. You got it.
了解
Alright. Okay, yeah, let's do this.
わかった。はい。
Or we could like eliminate everyone. Yeah, no, that works too.
あら
Ordinary guards are no match for tactical dolls. However, the day's guards soon regained their bearings. This is Squad 3, did Squad 3. Not good, stop them. One of the guards is holding a communicator. Graza runs towards them. Laser dot flickers across her back. I turn to the stray guard who's apparently slipped and net and kick his gun away. We're on the west side of the market send. Something whistles through the air and a spatula smashes into the guard's communicator, sending it flying. Stop, it's all a misunderstanding. A loud voice rings out from a distance. Everyone pauses for a moment, which is long enough for the girl who shouted to us, to run up to us. Miwa. The newcomer picks up the spatula and smiles breezily at us. Indeed, this is Type 97S Miwa, whom we haven't seen in a while. Yo, what's up, my old chromes? Miwa, you're okay, but then why didn't you tell us? You scared my parts off. Sabrina steps up and gives Miwa a warm hug. Miwa gently pats Sabrina on the back, then winks at me before gently attracting herself from Sabrina's arms and turning to the guard. Sorry about that, bro. Here's our permit. This is my commander. We were operating separately for a bit, but our signal was cut off. They panicked a little and forgot how things work. Miwa produces her entry permit and hands it to the guard squad leader. Wario, follow the rules from now on. Assaulting an officer is also a violation of the rules. Come on, can't you just let it slide? If they're passed out, I'll just shake them awake. How about that? I mean, it's not like anyone died, right? See, no serious injuries or anything. This doesn't even count as an assault here in the yellow zone. Maybe an accident or something at most. You're going to wake people up? Let me help. After getting my approval, Sabrina and Graza began helping Kwiha up with the cleanup to show our sincerity. What rubbish is this, you? Just then the communicator that's lying on the ground nearby connects automatically, and a distress call from another guard comes straight through. Looks like your guard friends are busy. It's festival and all. I mean, this is the key period for the trade fair, and there are the most people around since. So since we're right here, we won't delay you guys any further. So what say you close an eye to this, and we'll live our lives on the straight and narrow from now on. Doesn't that work out for everyone? The distress call from the communicator keeps going. The guard squad leader glares hard at Kwiha, then grits his teeth and picks up Kwiha's entry permit. We check your logs. So you were arrested and you were just released. Yeah, just a misunderstanding. Look, it says not guilty right there, doesn't it? We've had way too many people here recently, so it's no wonder that these hiccups keep happening. Like this time around. For example, our commander here is here to make big buys at your festival, trade fair, and he's all about peaceful coexistence, definitely not here to make trouble. Yeah, totally. The guard captain is silent for a long time. Clearly he doesn't want to deal with Kwiha. By then, the warning's been logged. Any further violation will result in a stiff penalty. The guard eyes us reproachfully. I hope you all abide by the farm's rules from now on. Sure thing, help me wish the rest of the boys happy festival, sorry for the trouble. The guard squad leader is forced to smile politely in response to Kwiha's beaming grin, and then he goes to check on his downed men. Kwiha helps lift up the unconscious guards and hands them over to their comrades. Then she pats her chest with a chuckle. We might not have gone out so easily if the guards weren't already so overworked. At last, Kwiha looks at me in the eye. Her smile hasn't changed much, but there's a strange emotion in her eyes, one which doesn't translate well into words. It feels like she's getting emotional. It's been a while, Commander. Her voice is softer than just now, with a hint of gentleness that's quite rare for her. Oh, and Sabrina and OTS-14. Glad to meet you. Oh, she's Graza. Just call her Graza from now on. Hello, Kwiha. So our mission to find Kwiha is complete then. It went better than expected. Kwiha, I haven't seen you since you finished the job in the previous satellite city. How do you lose contact with us? When we get back, you'll have to tell me all about it. Sabrina grabs Kwiha, and because to drag her away, Graza looks at me. Commander, will we be going back now, or are we staying here a bit longer? Well, since Kwiha's entry permit pass muster, I think we can make proper purchases, and if we can shop, why not call the others over from the Elmo? The festival is almost upon us, and Mei Ling's been looking forward to the shopping and celebration. Wait. Quiwa tugs on Sabrina's arm, indicating that she should stop. Commander, please allow me to stay here for a few more days. I have some unfinished business that I need to take care of. Unfinished business? I can't talk about it here. Please allow me. Please follow me, everyone. Quiwa's face grows serious as she looks at nearby guards.
作成終了。帰ろっか。
Give me a sec. Okay. Story time. Let's go. Oh, wow. Okay. We're only a quarter there. We're not even halfway there yet. There's like a lot of stages. The long winter night finally arrives in full by the time we reach the highland. Several gaunt workers are tying up strips of red cloth on their tents. Quiwa says they're decorating for the festive trade fair. She leads us to the edge of the settlement, which is bordered by barren land. The distorted forms of ruined buildings are visible in the distance. This is it. Let's go in. There are over a dozen tents around us, all lit up, which just barely serves to banish the darkness. Some of them have ornaments made of red paper on them. The lights inside the tent make them cast twisted shadows on the ground. Quiwa brings us into one of these tents. Quiwa, are you out? I heard you were released this afternoon. I just knew you'd be here. Chief Yura, I thought I heard your voice over the interrogation room loudspeaker. Did you get me out of there? They were making a bunch of questions. They were asking me a bunch of questions I had no clue about, and they wouldn't let me leave either. I was bored out of my mind in there. Well, my boys discovered some new evidence that proved your innocence, so I had them send it in. Fortunately, I'm the scavenger representative in the management, so I could request to sit in on the questioning. Then, that new evidence arrived just in time, so I submitted it. Thank you, and thanks to your boys in the scavengers. Well, you're a guest who came to help us, so it only makes sense that we would help you if you were wronged. I mean, the festive trade fair is almost here. We couldn't just let you spend it rotting in jail, right? Oh yes, these guests of yours. This is my commander. These are my friends, Sabrina and Graza. So you're the commander that Quiwa keeps talking about. Welcome to the scavenger camp. I'm sure you haven't spoken in a long time, so you must have a lot to talk about, right? But don't be shy. Feel free to take the load off and rest here. The scavengers always welcome new members to the family. Yura stands up and gives us the tent for ourselves. I'll go see whether our experiments in raising crops have borne fruit. Feel free to catch up with each other. Looks like this tent is ours for the time being. Alright, have a seat and let me tell you the story so far. Quick, tell us. Aminda was worried about you too. Sorry for making you all worry. Anyway, just give me a few minutes to tell you a little of the historical background. I used to work in the Green Zone farm back then. My boss was an old lady who was really nice to dolls and took really good care of me. She came from what we now call Darksteel Farm. But if I'm not wrong, Aminda's intel states that Darksteel Farm was only just recently founded. I'm talking about former Darksteel Farm before the war. Back then, it was called Sunset Farm. After the farm was abandoned, its people wandered all over the place, but the lady was still really attached to her former home. After I decided to go work in the Yellow Zone, she asked me to find the descendants of her former friends and neighbors and check on them in her place. Oh, I think I heard you mention her before. I didn't think she had a background like that. Yep, I had heard that someone rebuilt the farm, and after learning that the descendants of former farm residents were going back to see her, I made plans to come by and pay it a visit. Then Aminda came back from an underground brokers gathering and told me that she'd run into the commander and that the agreement's restrictions have been relaxed. So as it turned out, going to the farm would end up bringing me back to Diablo 2. I was thinking of taking care of the old lady's request and then meeting up with the commander after everything was settled, but I didn't expect that I would end up causing trouble for everyone. Kuihua puts her hands together and apologetically smiles sheepishly. No problem, keep going. So why did the people here lock you up anyway? Well, there had been a spate of theft cases shortly after my arrival, with the stolen items being rare spices, and the guards just so happened to find unknown drag marks in the barren land out back. The only people there were me and scavengers. The guards weren't able to find anything on the scavengers, but they just happened to find the exact same spices that were missing on me. Like, are we not allowed to cook stuff that actually tastes good? Couldn't they have made that I might have brought along myself? Kuihua slaps her thigh in annoyance, then she glances at me and mutters under her breath. I went out of my way to gather all those spices. Since we were meeting again after so long, I wanted to show you what I learned during our time apart and serve you a taste of my skills. But now the surprise is all ruined. Well, we've got a long time ahead of us, so there's no need to rush. So they arrested you because you just happened to have the same kind of spices on you, without any concrete proof that you had stolen. Feels like the management's handling the case was very sloppy. Well, that wasn't the only reason why. It was only after I came here that I learned that Sunset Farm's descendants were now called scavengers. Their living conditions here were pretty bad, and the other residents treated them like crap. I was living with the scavengers until a few days ago, which made one of them in the eyes of the Darksteel Farm when they interrogated me, and the guy doing it trying to make me say I stole stuff for them. So you're saying the management suspected the scavengers of using you to steal supplies, and they tried to use you to make their case. Yep, Chief Yura told me that the scavengers weren't doing too well on the farm. For starters, a lot of people ended up turning to thievery because they couldn't earn enough contribution points to survive. But the guards already dealt with them. Based on what I've seen so far, the descendants of Sunset Farm who are still here in the Highlands don't seem like criminals. To me. It's hard to sway public opinion when the subjective opinion, with a subjective opinion, now that their biases have developed. So I was thinking and took a look at the situation. While a lot of stuff's been stolen, the scavengers would be starving like this if they'd actually managed to get their hands on it. Also, the fact that I was released at all was because Chief Viewer's evidence convinced them. When it came out, however, I heard the guards talking about how the evidence cleared me, but at the expense of making scavengers look even more suspicious. Chief Yura never mentioned anything like that. Kuihua scratches her head and then shoots me a pleading, desperate look. Commander, I want to help clear the scavenger's name. That would let me help them and fulfill that request from my previous employer. Could you give me a few more days? The interior of the tent is dimly lit by a little red lantern in the corner of the room. Compared to the affluence of the trade fair, the people here hemmed in by circumstance still tend to be positive. I look at Kuihua's eyes, which shine with determination, and I find it very hard to say no to her. Let me guess, even if I said no, you wouldn't let things be, even if you came back to Yellow, right? Yep, you know me best, Commander. Now let's take care of this together and head back into town again. But you said yes, awesome. Kuihua jumps for joy, but just as she's about to glomp me, I push her back into her seat. So, do you have any ideas how to clear the scavengers' names? What can we do to help? Kuihua's attention returns to the task at hand. Well, I didn't get to ask Chief Yura about the new evidence he found. Maybe I could go grab him and have him explain it to us. After seeing me nod in agreement, Kuihua heads out and returns shortly afterwards with Chief Yura in tow. Commander, I heard Kuihua say that you are willing to help us out. You arrived just in time. I'd like to thank you all on behalf of us scavengers. Well, that's enough meet and greet for now. Chief Yura, tell us about this new evidence you found. It's like this, we scavengers have been trying to plant new crops in the wasteland. It would take pictures of our plots at regular intervals as part of our experimental records. Your indicates a set of pictures to me. These pictures capture the direct marks of what the guards consider evidence in transportation of stolen goods. While the guards already found those marks a couple of days ago, I'd like to take a look at this. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It was only when we checked the data of today's picture that we realized that the marks like this had already shown up since last month, and Kuihua hadn't arrived yet. I see in that man I wasn't likely to be the suspect. Chief, thanks again for submitting this evidence. Well, the inspector here is a pretty reasonable guy, and he was the one who ultimately decided to release you after looking at the pictures. I wouldn't dare claim all the credit for that. Still, that won't prove the scavenger's innocence, right? Yours for smile fades. While I'm trying to do that, truth is, a few of my boys might end up being taken in for questioning over the next few days. Commander Kuihua always said you were a very capable and knowledgeable person. Do you have any advice for us? To be frank, I don't fully understand the situation. Perhaps we might learn something if we had surveillance footage of the scene of crime. Your shifts uncomfortably. Well, for various reasons, everyone is wary of us scavengers. I know exactly where the security kiosks with the footage you need are located, but it's hard for us to go near those places. We'd probably end up reported before we even get before we even get there, end up spawning an entire tail of guards. If you know where to find it, just leave it to me. Excuse me. Yep, Graza, Sabrina, you should go with her. You can plan our next move after obtaining that footage. Okay, there we go. Okay, next up, we're gonna go here. Man, there's so many story statements. So I got... Let's grab this. Alright, let's go. The night wears on. I wait for a tent. I wait in the tent for word from them. The communicator chirps and banishes my growing sleepiness. Commander. Emily's magnified face appears on the screen like she's trying to smoosh it into the camera. Vepley, maybe you should back up a bit. Commander, why do you look so gloomy? Did you miss Vepley? Vepley's ready to give you an extra special pep-up performance. I heard people say that idols need to check their image before doing a show. Have you properly inspected your outfit, Vepley? If the commander saw Vepley's, in a messy state, that might damage your idol image. That's right. I can't let the commander see Vepley when she's a mess. Vepley squeals and hops off to the side. Commander, did you miss me? Dolphin is smiling, but it seems a little forced. Did anything new happen on your end, Dolphin? Yes, that wounded lady's stable now. She's asleep at the moment, but she'll probably wake up soon. We can't perform more in-depth diagnosis or treatment in our current location, so I'd like to move her to a more stable medical environment. Do we have access to anywhere that fits the bill, Commander? I see I found a suitable location for a time being on my end. I'll send you to coordinates, so bring Miss Casualty over here. We're just calling her Casualty, huh? Be careful on the way here and keep a low profile. Keep a low profile with Vepley sounds like a big ask. Still no problem for me. See you later, Commander. The transmission ends, and the clock display in the corner of the screen silently increments. It's about time Kuihua and the others checked in. Hey, all clear. Move in. Raza Sabrina jumps up where Kuihua is and crashes behind a pile of junk. Gold light of the street lamps dyes the walls of the security kiosk a stark white. The boots of the patrolling guards tromp over the half-melted snow and leave a muddy path behind on the ground. Our target is right below us. According to Chief Yura, this kiosk ought to have surveillance footage of the fair and settlement districts with the most theft cases. Should we contact the commander? Doing it now. Raza, how are things going? Commander, the target is in sight. Once this patrol passes by, we'll have 15 minutes to approach the target. Right, I'll stay in touch on my end. There's a security camera there. Can you take care of it, Sabrina? Leave it to me. I've got a camera disruptor. Disabling it. Leave it to me. I've got a camera disruptor. Disabling it for 15 minutes is no problem. The ground's slippery, so mind your feet. Terrain like that is kind of bad for high inertia frames, right? It'll be fine with me around. Oh, you're so awesome, people. Quiet, prepare to move out. Okay. The final guard and the patrol follows their route and heads into the distance. Behind them, the dolls silently land on the ground and approach the kiosk. I can't open it. This lock's pretty solid. Give me a minute. Hold on. Okay, where were we? Let me try. Reader produces a small item and the lock cylinder clicks. It's open. Oh, that's awesome. What is that? It's just a miniature electromagnetic pulsar. Focus leads. Kuiwa resists the urge to chat. She nods vigorously, then begins searching the kiosk. Oh no, some of the cameras weren't activated. No, wait, they weren't even wired up in the first place because they were just dummies, so they were decoys. Dummies, so they're just there for a psychological effect. Were they trying to cut costs? Settlement doesn't seem hard-pressed for money, though. It does seem rather suspicious. Are the cameras we're looking for there? Speaking of the devil, I just found out, turns out the one we're looking for isn't a dummy. The camera's logs are here, but we need a really high access to level to copy the data. Graza, how much longer do we have? 8 minutes. Looks like we don't have much time to hack ourselves better access. I was thinking of using our neural clouds to directly transcribe the data, which would also make it easier to filter through the scenes. Commander, does that work for you? It does. Proceed. The video data begins playing at high speed. What is this? I'm not seeing anything out of the ordinary. You're sure the footage hasn't been doctored? Wait, I think it has. Look at this. It's almost imperceptible, but those are editing artifacts. These videos are not the original footage. We need to restore the originals. It's theoretically impossible, but we'll need to access the servers in level 2 to crack their defenses. We only have 4 minutes to do it, though. 4 more minutes. No, wait, we're down to 3. Commander, I think I can do it. You have 2.5 minutes. If it doesn't work out, forget it and focus on getting out of there. Will do. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab, I'm just gonna go make some dessert, so I'll be back. It's getting pretty hot here, so give me a few minutes. I'll be back, real quick, so. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Hmm.
了解
Give me a sec. Or just like move this stuff. There we go. Okay. Let's see this. From our time counting down now. 5, 4, 3, 2. We managed to restore the original data. I see the guards approaching. What are you standing around for? Move it already. The dolls make to leave. No one says anything else in just a few minutes. The only sound audible on the communicator are the sounds of the wind blowing, which eventually fades. Commander, do you read me? Read, you go ahead. We found a hiding place and we're safe for the time being. I'm uploading the video data now. We'll return while avoiding the guards. Roger. While waiting for the dolls to return, Yura and I go through the original footage. Yura looks through. Yura looks thoughtful, but it doesn't say anything. Chief Yura, did you learn anything from these videos? No, but there's one thing I'm curious about. Could a normal person actually mess around with the footage? I have a hunch, but it can't be true, right? There's no way. Yura begins muttering to himself. Hang on, I think I just saw something. I'm sorry, but could you rewind that? I bring up the scene Yura wants to see. Commander, take a look at this. Yura points to a part of the screen. Is there something moving there? I hands the portion of the image in question. The snow is falling with a line of mini robots and transporting supply crates at an even flip across the snowy ground. That much is obvious. Several hours later, the trail on the ground is slowly covered up by the grayish white snow. I clip this loop and begin replaying it. These are mass-produced robots. Also, they were mass-produced models. No wonder they seem so familiar. Many of us scavengers have seen them before. But this one. Yura points to one of the mini robots. One of its arms is clearly unusual compared to his fellows. Here, I remember hacking one of these robots with an axe. And in this exact place too. Wait, seriously, what are the odds? So you've encountered it before. In the ruins Darksteel Farm was built on, the ruins of the former farm. Most people live in these rebuilt areas, but the outskirts have a lot of areas that haven't been properly reclaimed yet. From time to time, mini robots like this emerge from the depths of the ruins, and that was where I encountered it last. So you go in and out of the ruins regularly, Chief Yura. Yura scratches his head. Well, it's actually like this. After we scavengers came back here, we were assigned to clear out any hidden dangers and rebuild the ruins. After all, these ruins could have been built by our ancestors, and nobody would know the farm better than us, unfortunately. Yura shrugs and falls silent. Many robots are in the depths of the ruins. So assuming these robots' ultimate destination was the depths of the ruins, that would mean they'd have to pass through the wasteland around here, right? Yes. I see, so that's why they found the proof of our guilt outside our test plots. Now this is just a guess, so in order to verify it, we'll have to find them in the ruins, as well as stolen items. according to the crates they're carrying. Lead the way, although our attempts to rebuild didn't turn out too well, we managed to map out a couple of routes that take us deep into the ruins with minimal risk. That ought to help. In that case, we'll head out once Kuihua and the others come back. Alright, I'll go get ready. The sun should be up by then. Yura looks outside the tent and my gaze follows his. The ruins sprawl before us like a beast awaiting its prey.
みんなありがとう。完璧なショーができたよ。シャークリンの次のパフォーマンスにも期待してね。
After Kuihua and company return to the scavenger camp, Yura takes us into the ruins. A long time ago, this place was called Sunset Farm, and it was my home. I've been wanting to come back here ever since I was a kid, but when I did, I found that it was completely different from what I imagined. Naturally, I knew this place had been rebuilt after being reduced to ruins, but I didn't expect its ruin to be so thorough. Yura pulls on his gloves and pulls on the tangle of twisted rebar aside, clearing a narrow path for the rest of the group. When I was young, Grandpa used to tell me stories about how fertile and prosperous our home was, how the scent of fruits filled the air all year round, and painted pictures of lush wheat fields stretching out to the horizon. I always thought this place would be like a fairytale kingdom. Of course, after I grew up, I knew that there wouldn't be a place like that in the Yellow Zone, and that Grandpa's stories were embellished for effect. Still, thinking about scenes like that was strangely calming. If only it were real. Unfortunately, the only thing here that's real is this ugly rebar that's everywhere. Kuihua and Graza help him clear the rest of the obstacles from their way. Sounds like a paradise, so why did you leave? Also, how did you guys come back, Chief Yura? Why we left? I don't know. Gramps might have mentioned it, but in truth, everyone who left had their own reasons for it. Maybe it was because of the war, a sandstorm, a poor harvest one year because they wanted to live elsewhere, or because they couldn't hold on to the farm. It's hard to isolate a single reason for it. In any case, by the time I was born, my elders and I were thousands of kilometers from the farm. We went that far, but given the state of the Yellow Zone now, returning must have been difficult too, right? But yeah, as we walked a long way, just arriving until now was a miracle. And I led my people here. Yura puffs up his chest as he mentions that last part. After all, restoring the former glory of my hometown has been a childhood dream of mine. After I heard that people were going to rebuild a farm, I began making my way here. I met others from this place along the way, and they decided to follow me on my journey. We've been traveling for a long time. We only had just managed to reach here last year, and by that time, the farm had its management committee set up. The inspector was also very reasonable. It's not often you find such an orderly place in Yellow Zone. Yura's reminiscence suddenly cuts off. What happened after that? Chief Yura, it's not polite to stop telling a story halfway, and then Yura laughs, but there is a gloominess in his eyes. Well, things haven't been good for everyone recently, and there's a limit to how many people the local resources can support. We came late, and the guards, expeditions, and merchants were all filled to capacity. Back then, there was a lot of debate over whether or not to take us in, but the inspector silenced all debate and allowed us to stay. For free, out of the kindness of his heart. I guess the original plan was mutual benefit, I think. I became the representative of the descendants of Sunset Farm to negotiate a deal with the inspector. After all, we came from this place, and we had a lot of exclusive information about ruins here. We had an advantage over others when it comes to rebuilding the ruins or raising crops. Oh, And if you could redevelop the ruins or grow food, you'd earn a ton of contribution points, right? Yes, if we could do that, I used those talking points to argue that they should take us in on account of us being able to provide this settlement with extra resources, and the inspector accepted. Unfortunately, it turns out farming and rebuilding the ruins was harder than expected. So Yoro reaches out to dust off some twigs that fell on me. Be careful, this plant grows everywhere around here and nobody knows what the hell it is. Its branches are mildly toxic, and while small amounts aren't a problem, letting it build up for several hours is letting it build up over several hours is a few of our guys ended up puking and shitting their guts out at the same time. Not a fun experience. Quihua reaches up and then picks up one of the twigs and begins observing it. Get rid of it, Quihua. Dolls might not get poisoned, but your commander is a different story. Yora snatches the twig away and throws it into the distance. Toxins unknown, machines, delets, expired gunpowder, and ruins have everything. We can't go further in without the right tools for it. Our attempts at raising crops failed too. The soil composition now is different from our ancestors' time, and our experience from that past can't be applied to our current situation. Looks like surviving is hard for everyone, so the scavengers are in dire straits then. I gotta like eat my dessert here, it's melting. Betting on the money, we're bringing in fewer and fewer contribution points to the point that we're having trouble obtaining enough supplies to survive. We're stuck collecting the damaged goods for emergency use and the management issues. Some of our boys even got desperate and tried doing some messed up things, which got them kicked out by the management. I tried to persuade them to hang in there a bit longer, but Yura shakes his head. So they decided to turn to banditry. Stories like that are a dime a dozen in the yellow zone. Yeah, you were wrongly blamed for stuff going missing because of us. Sorry for that, Quihua. I'm sorry to burden you guys with this, but I just had to let it out. Yora scratches his head. Well, Quihua has been released at least. He's not the type to hold grudges, so you don't have to worry about it too much. Yeah, it's not like I lost my parts while doing it, though, biggie. Yora looks at the ground and sighs again. When he looks up, it's as though a weight has been taken off of him. Sorry to interrupt you, but there are unknown robots approaching. It seems we've triggered some kind of defense program. So it's time to fight. Come on, then. I've been waiting for this. Alright. Ready for battle. The enemy is almost in range. Yeah, but we can confirm their models at this range, right? If they're really high and if they're really the high-end kind, I'm getting nervous. Oh, what are you worried about? You've got me around, don't you? I've got it. No matter what kind of big lug comes, I'll dunk it in a deep fryer until it's golden brown. Oh.
新たな任務いいわ任せて
Warning, enemy approaching. let me take a look. He's a cake. Alright. Okay, careless, prepare for battle. So I keep pausing because I'm like trying to eat my my thing here before it like all melts. Alright, got it. Whoops, no, you're not what I want. Okay, so let's see.
Yoi. 了解。はい。
あら
Oh wait, we can just like skip. It's gonna die anyway. There we go. Groza inspects a broken SF mini robot. Commander, I think we can follow their navigation data back to their base. How long will that take? Their security programs are fairly primitive, so it won't take too long. Just then, Colvin sends a comms request, and I accept it. Commander. Were you thinking of Vepley? Vepley's carefully checked her image, and the comfort console's all ready to go. Vepley, didn't we just get here? It would be bad to perform a live show without properly setting up the stage. Oh yeah, now where should I put all this equipment? Vepley will do it now. Vepley hops, skips, and jumps out of frame. Commander, I have good news and bad news. From the joyless cast of her mouth, I suddenly realized that it's not all too well. Yeah, go on. Very well, so her lady just woke up. Well, that's good to hear. You don't seem too happy about it, though. As to bad news, she seems to have lost her memory. Often points the camera at the woman who's lying down. Miss, what should we call you? Who am I? Who are you? You remember how you got here? What do you plan to do next? Do you need our help? I'm sorry, my head hurts. I don't remember anything. She looks lost and confused. Coffin looks back and sighs. As you can see, Commander, that's how she is. What should I do about her now? The scavenger pokes his head in from the edge of the frame. Wow, we can see Chief Yura through this. Hey, Chief Yura, and that other chief, how are you doing? We heard it all just now. Looks like that lady's going to have to stay with us for a while to recover. Don't worry, though, we'll make sure she gets the best care. All visitors are friends after all. Oh, I'll leave that to you then. Don't worry, Commander, just let her heal. We'll decide what to do next when she recovers her memory. Dolphin, keep an eye on her health. The rest can wait until we get back. We'll do, Commander. Scavenger seems like pretty nice people. Over ends the transmission just as Graza finishes her analysis. Commander, I found our destination. If I'm not wrong, these mini robots' origin and destinations are over here. You guys will head over now. This is pretty deep into the ruins. We've never been there before. What's there to be afraid of? Things will be fine since we got the commander backing us up. Let's go.
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Okay. We're almost there, I guess. Kinda. We're almost halfway there. Colvin is in scavenger camp looking at the wounded woman from behind. This is getting cold outside. Would you like to come back in and rest? I like to walk around here for a little. It might help jog my memory. Cold wind blows across the highland every now and then, forcing Colvin to press down on her hat to keep it in place. She follows the woman's gaze, but all she sees is empty wasteland, which makes her hold on tighter to her hat. Alright then, I'll keep you company for a bit. Don't stay out too long, though the wind is cold. The hurt woman doesn't reply right away, only stretches her stiff neck as she takes in her surroundings, then begins shuffling aimlessly in a random direction. Colvin begins to wonder if this aimless wandering actually serves a purpose. That's the test plot. I think it would be best not to go in there. The test plot. She steps in front of that patch of land. There's nothing here. It's a barren square plot of land, out of place, rough, a waste of effort and hope. There isn't so much as the withered branch here. It seems like the only thing that grows on this plot is nothing. However, Colvin notices some things that can't be overlooked. Scavengers go tilling the soil almost every day. They began a little earlier this morning, and I can see the next shift heading this way. There's nobody here now, so does that mean the day's work is done? Like this is the only part where no snow is piled up. The scavengers seem to believe that the snow and its collapsed particles will contaminate soil, so they pushed it outside the plot. Colvin looks down at the freshly turned soil, somewhat curious about it. Did they plant seeds here, or will they only sow after winter has passed? Supposedly, the seeds that scavengers used were taken from their emergency rations. I wonder if they're still alive, but even if the seeds were fine, there aren't many cases where the plants were successfully grown in the yellow zone. Looks like they've gone to a lot of effort for this. I wonder if they'll succeed. Not all efforts are rewarded. That sort of thing is commonplace. Over freezes, then turns to look at the woman. However, she just so happens to have turned aside, exposing her emotional side profile to her. Colvin reflexively follows the woman's gaze to the heart of the settlement. All lit up and fancy, right? It's nothing like the desolation here. That's the heart of the settlement. They've got trade fairs, residential blocks, warehouses, and so on. You could call it a stable and fully developed town. Does that jog your memory? Nobody among the scavengers recognizes you, so I'm guessing that you might be from the settlement or an outsider who came for the festive trade fair. The hurt woman merely shakes her head, a blank look on her face. I see. Oh well, there's no rush. Maybe it'll all pop back into place after a few days of rest and relaxation. Just then, someone heads over from their wounds. Hey, Miss Amnesia, Miss Doll. Miss Amnesia. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Did you girls come out for a breath of fresh air? Several of the scavengers call out to them a few minutes later. They're in front of Colvin and the woman. Miss Doll, did Miss Amnesia remember anything? I think she might need a little more time. Scavengers remembered their agreement, and one of them passed the injured woman on the shoulder. It seems to throw her off balance, and Colvin moves to support her. It's surprising just how much strength a gaunt little body like that can possess. In contrast, the amnesiac woman seems a little more well-fed. Colvin sighs internally. It's okay, miss. Just focus on getting better. Once you're strong enough, we'll take you around to look up the guards. As said, those dogs on the management have their noses in the air. They don't give a crap about us, so you'll probably have to explain your circumstances to them on your own. Thank you. It's nothing if you really can't find your people. Then you can just hang with us, plowing the land and searching for parts is still enough to make a living. Who knows, maybe you'll remember someday, as long as you don't starve to death, maybe we'll grow a pumpkin that's taller than a man too. You guys have a really positive outlook. You're right, things might not look so good right now, but if you hang in there, things will probably get better. Yep, we made it through this year after all. I heard Expedition Leader Garen came back, although we probably won't be allocated any of the good stuff. We can probably beg or borrow some of it, right? Plus, the trade fair is almost here, so spring is coming and we'll be able to collect our annual supplies. Who knows? We might be able to grow something by next year. That's an improvement, right? Truth is, most of us followed Chief Europe because our families were gone. The idea of finding people from our hometown and living with them is way better than dying alone out there. When the days are this cold, you'll go for any way of keeping warm, even if it's just by huddling up with others. The Wounded Woman is a bit of a loss for how to respond and merely grunts. Alright, that's enough chatting for now. Our little walk is almost over. Guess you have to head back and get some rest. Woman bids the scavengers goodbye and helps the Wounded Woman back to her sickbed. However, the woman turns and heads elsewhere as they approach the medical tent. Yes, her tent is this way. The wind is as strong here, I'd like to spend a bit more time outside. The Wounded Woman slowly walks between the tents. The red ribbons, which serve as festive decorations, flutter in the wind. When they block her vision, she reaches out to sweep them aside. Oh, wait for me. Even though several layers of tent fabric, or even through several layers of tent fabric, the scavenger's voices carries clearly through the air. This tastes awful. Are we really supposed to celebrate the festival by eating this? What do you think? You know as well as I do how this year turned out. You might not even get potatoes if you're outside. Is he a man, or what if we tried turning it into mashed potatoes? Maybe with a little dirt to bulk it up, or we could add some potato to the dirt for flavor. Come on, we can't possibly eat dirt, right? Leaving aside whether or not it's actually edible, we have to save some clean dirt for farming crops. I want to add some water. Would water work? I mean, clean water. Didn't Chief Euro say to save some water for sowing season in spring? If you think it's too dry, you can always try some of that melt water outside. Now add that. Now add a cloud particles. Yeah, right. As if you could eat that crap. Okay, maybe we could tell Chief Yura that we won't be celebrating this time around. I mean, we don't even know how next year is going to be, so we should save up some rations. Hell no. If the year went poorly, it can't be helped. We all worked hard this past year to the bone even. That's why we need this reunion dinner to wrap things up properly. Being able to eat well is a good omen for the coming year. Besides, even if potatoes taste like crap, being able to fill your belly is still good. It's still a good thing, right? At least you'll have the strength to work. Okay. But yeah, have you taken a look around the fair? They say Leader Garen's back, and he had quite a haul. There's just about everything in there. Lots of underground brokers came as well, with canned foods, fish, meat, and so on. I wish I could try some of that while I'm still alive. Don't be. Oh god, I don't know if I can say that on stream. If you break the law, they'll drive you out and then you'll really starve to death. I'll just place my faith in these potatoes. Say you think we can make it taste like fish. When a woman's strength fails her, she stumbles and collapses against one of the tent poles. Who knocked my tent? The scavenger draws the flap aside. Miss Amnesia, hey, are you okay? We were just making some dirt potato salad. No, wait, we nixed the dirt. Want to try some? Sorry for bumping into your tent. Don't worry about it, miss. Have some. It's better than going hungry, right? We don't have much in the way of fancy cuisine here, but we can still fill our bellies. We'll be able to grow some supplies once the festive trade fair begins. Yeah, we still have the fair. I've been looking forward to it for half a year now. The management's never failed to deliver on that side. Maybe we'll find something other than potatoes this year. Why not come in, miss? No, it's alright. I'm just passing by. I'm not hungry. She waves to them, forcing a smile to her face. Her smile soon fades, replaced by confusion and mixed feelings. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're on to this one. 1-6. What are... Okay, how close are we? We're getting... Wow, we're getting closer. Okay. Let's see here. Follow Groz's analysis of the mini robot's route and head deeper into the ruins. Often sends through another comms request. Yeah, there's Vepley again. Hey, Vepley. Commander Vepley. Dolphin shoves Vepley aside and forces itself into the frame. She's speaking much faster than normal. Commander, that wounded lady vanished. Everyone in the camp searched all the tents, but we couldn't find any trace of her. She might have entered the ruins because we can't find her anywhere else. What should we do, Commander? When was the last time we saw her? About half an hour ago, we came back from walking outside, but just as I was getting ready to change her bandages, I came back and found that she wasn't in her bed. Vepley's been practicing for the show in the commander's tent. Vepley didn't see missing audience member. Coughlin briefly describes the events that took place. Doesn't seem like anything's wrong. The camp's far away from everything else, and she's hers, so she couldn't have gone too far. Could she have regained her memories and suddenly remembered that she has something to do? No idea about what might have happened. The dolls fall silent. Just leave her be for now. Whether she stays or goes won't affect us, and we saved her simply because we had the luxury of doing so. She's free to leave if she wants. You and Vepley can keep searching for her if you want. If you find her collapsed somewhere, help her out. If you can't find her, then you don't need to spend too much time and effort on it. Understood, Commander. I'll look for her one last time. The transmission ends. I hope she's alright. Everyone, we're almost at our destination. Hostile robots might show up, so please stay alert. It's in the building up ahead, right? Main door looks closed. I'll go bash it open right now. We're going for a frontal assault. Kyuha. Wait. Kyuha, quickly halts in her tracks. We don't know what's happening inside that building. We should probably circle around the back and try to observe the insides before deciding on what to do. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry it's being hasty. Let's go from it. Then let's go from the left then. Kyuha runs on ahead. Well, these are the rules for you. There's tons of rot and rust overhead. Oops, mind your feet. The ground's crumbling. Thanks for the reminder, but I think you were the only one who stepped on the crumbly bits. If that's so, clumsy me. Then no making fun of me for it though. Ladies, please keep quiet. There might be robots in there listening to the situation on the outside. The air falls silent. I think I can see what's inside from here. Yura finds a hole in the wall and crouches down to look inside. A moment later, Yura pulls away from the hole. He seems shaken by what he's seen. He looks to me and freezes up for a moment, his mouth opening and opening like a goldfish before he finally manages to regain the ability to speak. Besides him, Kyuha, wait, how was it pronounced your name again? Kyuha? No, it was Kyuha. Or something like that. Eagerly takes his place. It's the right place. It's full of... Well, Commander, there are mini robots everywhere in there. Row after row after row with all kinds of resource crates around them. You gotta see this, Commander. Kyuha took the words right out of my mouth. Kyuha pulls me over to the hole. Kiwa, take a few pictures of those mini robots and see if you can find out anything new about them. Raza and Sabrina help her out. The dolls begin working. Those mini robots look just like any other robot you see in the yellow zone. Nothing unusual about them. Commander, given the weathering on their outer shells, it's likely that not all of them are from the same batch. They seem to have been manufactured in different series and gathered here. I see. Commander, can I prevail on you and your dolls to take out these robots? These scavengers don't steal those items, and if we can return stolen goods, we might be able to change their bad opinion of us. At the very least, we won't be blamed for the most recent spate of thefts. Also, these robots attacked us when we're out in the wasteland. Lots of our guys have fought them before, and rebuilding the ruins would be easier without them around. I mean, we're already here, Commander. Why don't we just throw hands on them? That was my plan from the beginning. When you attack, try and leave a few intact. It'll make tracing them or turning them in easier. Got it, I knew you'd say yes. Now then, shall we get to it then? Be careful, they might have a functional alert. With a thought, Kyuha lands among the mini robots and yells to our friends. Oh crap, I triggered the defense programs. Help me out, guys. Crap, these diner gates and Goliaths are all moving. I can see that. Kyuha, you should inform your teammates before you start a fight. Sorry, I haven't had teammates in a while. Won't happen again. The dolls rush to join the battle. Alright. Alright, let's deal with all these guys. Let's see here. There doesn't seem to be many of them, so we can just do...
Okay.
We're gonna do this. No, go back. Alright, we're gonna do this. Go, that took those guys out. Kill. Do this.
了解
This, kill this guy.
了解はい
There you go. Easy. After a brief skirmish, all the enemy robots are dealt with. Phew, it's over. So the Nyan that was responsible for stealing all the supplies was actually this pack of mini robots. Commander Chief Yura, let's go over our spoils. I mean, stolen goods. Okay, coming. Yura and I entered the building and look at the supply crates in various sizes that cover the ground. Many of them are plastered with labels reading Festive Fair in fancy lettering. It seems to be part of the trade fair decorations. To start by consolidating everything. Battle has now made an even bigger mess of the supply crates compared to before. The dolls begin working at my command. Chief Yura, once we send the stuff back, people won't suspect the scavengers as much, right? Yeah, we'll finish doing an inventory on the items and then I'll hand them and these robots over to the inspector. The scavengers can't operate these robots, and if the management takes a good look at these robots' authorizations and data logs, they ought to be able to find something that benefits us. However, Yura doesn't seem to be too cheered up by this new development. The thing is, until the truth is made public, the fact that these items were found on our turf won't necessarily clear our names. In the eyes of people who don't know the truth, on the contrary, it might actually make things worse. I need to think about the best way to handle these things over, and I think it's better to keep quiet about this until we fully analyze the pros and cons of doing so. Can you contact the inspector in private? Maybe try to send it back under the cover of night. The settlement has a night curfew, so things are pretty quiet then. I was thinking that too. I'll contact the inspector now. Yura's call is rejected twice before it finally goes through. The man that Yura calls the inspector has a stern look on his face, as though he was born scowling. Yura, did you schedule this call? Sorry about this, Inspector, but we made a surprising discovery. Yura points to a pile of lost items behind him. The Inspector raises an eyebrow, and for the first time he looks directly at Yura and me as I stand beside him. Where did you find them? Did you catalog them? What exactly is in there? We found them in the depths of the ruins. We're on the scene right now. I'll send you the coordinates. We've also counted and sorted them. I'll send you a list as well. Inspector goes through the information Yura sent. Is that all? Is there nothing else? What else should there be? It's not like we've got a list of stolen items to check against, right? There's something I've been meaning to say back then in the interrogation room. There's something weird about you guys. If you have something to say, just say it. The inspector seems completely unbothered by Kiwa's displeasure. Never mind, you've done well in finding the lost items. However, I have a question. These coordinates are in the depths of the ruins. When did the scavengers go so far inside? I don't recall seeing any reports about it. The question is addressed to Yura, but he's looking directly at me. I've never been here before. There are many robots everywhere, and they attack in self-defense. Whenever anyone gets close, it's not like we can handle them with weapons we have. It's all thanks to Kyuha and her comrades. Yura steps away at the center of frame, so Kyuha and I are fully visible. Kyuha merely shakes a fist and grits her teeth. So you're that Inspector Gadget or something. I remember your voice. You were questioning me in there. You were on the other side of that one-way mirror, weren't you? Inspector nods to me and ignores Kyuha. Perhaps I'm imagining things, but he seems a bit too focused on sizing me up. Inspector, I called you in the hopes of arranging a way to secretly transport these items. After all, they were found in ruins, and it's not often that the scavengers get to contribute to the community, so we'd rather not have to cause suspicion in the descent instead. That's understandable. I'll have my assistant arrange the details with you. And with that, the inspector ends the call. I just got an invitation to the meeting from his adjutant. Looks like I have to work today. Oh, it looks like I have work to do today. Yeah. That's good, right? No matter how you slice it, since scavengers are bringing the lost items in, they can't just turn it around on you and make you the villains of the story, right? Who knows? We're not like Leader Garen and his expedition corps. Everyone loves them. Since we can't change everyone's view of us overnight, all we can do is the best we can within our abilities. The inspectors seem to be in a better mood. After seeing those items, he probably won't hassle the scavengers for a while. Kyuha, everyone thanks you very much. Did his face change? It did, right? Usually he frowns even more than that. Chief Yura seems to have thought something and he hugs himself while shuddering. Never mind, it's in the past, no point thinking about it. Commander Chief Yura will be going back to the camp to resupply. If we're only going to move the stolen goods after the sun goes down, we might have to wait for a while. I want to watch over the goods myself. After all, we went to a lot of effort to find it. We can't let this roast chicken fly the coop. Commander, could you lead the dolls back and give them a rest? I've logged the route we took here. I'll have my stronger friends come by later to prepare to move the items tonight. Will it be okay? I think you mentioned that this was your first time coming this deep. Well, you cleared the route and we'll be coming in force. I think we can handle it. Noticing our hesitation, Yura lightheartedly reassures us. We'll be fine. My boys and I have been exploring these ruins for almost a year now. They've grown a lot through their experiences. If there's anything we can't beat, we'll run. Fair enough. We'll be heading back then. Alright, Commander, will you be staying for the festive trade fair? Once it starts, we'll probably be able to collect some supplies when the time comes. Feel free to come by our camp and we'll celebrate. While our points are kind of dismal, we should have enough for a decent dinner with our saviors, I think. Speaking of meals, I actually found something interesting just now, but I don't have time to explain in detail. Once we're done here, I'll tell you about it at the camp. If it all goes well, we'll be able to eat more lavishly next year, even if it isn't this year. That would be great. The way back is long, and we can still see Yura waving to us in the distance. Commander actually received a text message just now. It looks weird, like some kind of prank. However, the timing was impeccable, so it might actually be legit. Kyuha holds her communicator up in front of me. The sender is unknown. To the commander of the Elmo, I have an urgent commission for you that pays well. The price is negotiable. I would like to tell you about it in person, Farm Inspector. There are a bunch of coordinates behind it, which just so happens to be inside the Darksteel farm. When did you receive this information? Right after Chief Yura spoke to the inspector. Raza, can you pinpoint the location of the supply coordinates? While it's within the farm, it's some distance from the other locations we passed through previously. Now comparing with the map data of the fair and settlement, I found it. Commander, it's the farm's administration center. How could it really be from the inspector? Are you interested in the message contents? He did say it would pay well. I give Graz a meaningful look, urging her to think of the Elmo's bills, and Graz indicates that she understands. Commander, I believe we should learn more about the nature of the commission. Now give me a sec, hold on. I just need to check something real quick. Yeah, okay. Okay, anyway. Where was he? It's decided then once we've rearmed and rested, we'll head over. Do we need to make an appointment or something? Chief Yura got grilled just now because he didn't make arrangements. I kind of think of it, how do we even make appointments? Do we have permission to do that? Commissioner didn't mention any particular timing and said it was an urgent commission, so maybe we can skip the appointment. Is that what it means? There's no point thinking any more about it. We'll know once we get there.
予想より早く終わりましたね。
All right. Okay. What, Ash 4? So yeah, we got, okay, yeah, we got 2 more story stages left after this. Cool. And then we got like 3 more battle stages to do. There are many guards near the administration center, and we are approached before we can even reach the side posted main door. He's Frontline too, just like that stern inspector. Are you the Almo's commander? I'm Inspector Leo's assistant. Please follow me. He produces a metal name tag with his name on it from his pocket, and after briefly checking our identities, he gestures to us to follow him. 2 squads of guards coincidentally happen to arrive and begin a shift change. As the rows of men interlock and shift, the adjutant heads towards the main door, but instead goes around it, heading toward the rear of the admin center. I signal to the adults to slow down. Gyuha leans in close and whispers into my ear. Is there a need to be so sneaky about this? Isn't the inspector the big boss of the settlement? You think they're going to try and arrest and interrogate us? I would just have to ask them. I look behind us, the shift changes proceeding apace, and with the guards reporting each other in the usual fashion. It serves to completely screen off the route we're taking around the admin center. Excuse me, but are we going into the front door? The inspector would prefer that the discussion would be conducted in secret. So we seek your understanding. Our choice of location is not very conventional. Listen up, pal. Conventional or not, it had better not be a damn interrogation room again. No way in hell I'll let the commander go in there. You have no idea, Commander. You can't get out once you go in. It's like the Black Dolphin prison. Please be at ease. You are not under suspicion, and the venue in question is simply a room that has not been used in a long time. We won't draw attention there. Dolls look at me, waiting for my answer. The adjutant glances to the side, at the guards behind us. They won't be able to buy us much time. Commander, the inspector does not want to force your involvement, but I shouldn't be saying this, but as an individual, I hope he'll bring some change, some way to improve things. The adjutant does his best to show sincerity. Does your inspector keep his promises? I distinctly recall him mentioning it pays well. The adjutant freezes for a moment and then he responds, I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the payment. Please follow me. The adjutant pushes the door open and gestures for us to enter while he stands watch outside. There's someone waiting inside the room. Commander of the Elmo, your reputation precedes you. I'm glad we can meet at last. Your performance during the settlement theft case has left a deep impression on me. I'm looking forward to working with you. I'm sure you will not be disappointed by the payment for this commission. He stands up and looks me over. There is no sign of anything resembling joy in his stern expression. Beside me, Gyuha's clenches her fist, I cover her hand and then hand her off to Sabrina so the latter can try to calm her down. Hello, Inspector Leo. It seems one of my dolls was in your care previously. Allow me to thank you for your hospitality. Inspector goes silent for a while. You regret mistaking your doll for a thief, and all suspicion on her has been cleared. If our interrogators gave any offense, I would like to apologize on your behalf. Kyuha, they've apologized already. Don't be mad, okay? I'm not mad. I was framed. I've been running around in the yellow zone for years, and this is the first time anyone's treated me like a thief. Also, the inspector seems to have a commission for the commander. It's going to make things difficult for him to say if you stay mad at the inspector, don't you think? Sabrina patiently quells Kyuha's wrath, which allows her to cool down and think. That kind of makes sense too. Kyuha glares at the inspector one last time and takes a deep breath. Fine, then for the sake of commander and this payment, I hope we'll get along. Sabrina breathes a sigh of relief as she mutters to herself. Good thing it was Kyuha, at least she's easy to persuade. She's always been the accepting and optimistic type. I mutter my own reply to Sabrina. Maybe that's why she makes friends wherever she goes. I just want the misunderstanding to be cleared up so it does not impede our joint operations going forward. Have a seat, Commander. Hold on a sec. The inspector pulls up a chair and we both sit down. Before we officially begin, there's one thing I'd like to verify for safety's sake. I understand your capabilities to a certain extent, and since I've decided to entrust you with this matter, I will also be placing great trust in you. To facilitate future endeavors, I will be sharing some information with you that should not leave this room, and I ask you to keep it a secret for me, whether or not we end up working together. Don't worry, we up the Alamo know how things work around here. I'll get to it then. The farm has lost more than just those items we found. We also lost collapsed pieces, enough to feed hundreds of people for 6 months. Once he finishes, the room is so silent you can hear a pin drop. Wait, how many? Holy crap, this is one hell of a job if you're talking about enough food to feed hundreds of people for half a year. You need half a dozen dump trucks to carry them all, right? We were planning to use those collapsed pieces to purchase the basic living supplies that we would be distributing to the residents on the first day at Festive Trade Fair. We have chosen to delay the opening ceremony, but that is not a permanent solution. Now, let me put it this way, even if we distributed all the remaining supplies in our warehouses, we won't be able to support the settlement for half a year. In addition, we cannot keep delaying the opening ceremony forever. I want to hire you to find the lost collapsed pieces ASAP. As for the payment, Inspector sounds tired and dejected, as though all of this has drained him of his emotions. He sends me a contract which contains a respectable figure. Considering the sheer quantity of the collapsed pieces that went missing, you don't think calling it a simple case of lost and found is kind of insulting to the residents' intelligence? Of course, it would be strange to say they vanished all at once, but that is why I'm handing this secret investigation to you. Glass pieces are normally stored at the most heavily guarded part of the warehouse. Not many people can repeatedly access that area, so you suspect someone inside the settlement was involved. If a full transport chain was involved, maybe it was a group effort. Right now, I have no idea who I can trust, so I might as well draw on an outside force to help. Thanks to this doll, I had the perfect excuse to publicly mobilize our resources to investigate the Alamo. At the very least, I am very certain that you are uninvolved. That you are an uninvolved third party, at least for the moment. Everything is clear to me now for the most part, but I have one question. Point to the payment on the contract. If the amount of collapsed pieces we find does not match the initial estimate, then even if we do this task for you, there's no guarantee that the Forest Management Committee will be able to pay the full amount or even pay at all. Am I correct to assume this? The inspector is silent for much longer than before, finally nods. be frank, the sum promised here is the maximum amount I can muster up, even if everything goes according to plan. And the recover class pieces are needed for the celebratory distributions. Only after those are given out can the remainder be used for payment. If you accept payment in 2 installments, then as long as the farm survives, we will be able to pay off this promised amount in 3 years. I am somewhat surprised by this. Isn't 3 years a little long for this? For what we saw in the daytime, the festive trade fair had a wealth of goods on display. Surely the farm's finances aren't that bad, are they? Part of the merchandise on display at the festive trade fair is brought by the brokers themselves. The rest of it is collected by the expedition team. Also, our trade with the brokers depends on what the expedition team brings back. Right now, the nearby ruins have essentially been cleared out, so the expedition team can only go further afield. We need to take into account the impact of such factors on our work efficiency. I see you've been very forthcoming with us, so allow me to consider your offer. I studied the numbers on the contract and think about the Elmo's financial situation and how we have very few options left. Our expenses have increased as the number of adults joining us has gone up. Even 50% of the offered price would allow us to cover the Elmo's operating costs. Very well, I accept. I reach out and shake the inspector's hand, then quickly finish signing the contract. And now we can finally get down to business. Do you have any suspects in mind? Yes, the lead suspect is our accountant, come warehouse manager here. Her name is Delia. We found some irregularities during our previous routine investigation, but she had gone missing by then. The management went through all our surveillance footage, but didn't find any trace of her. I didn't know accounting was so dangerous. When did she vanish? That was 3 days ago. This is our personnel file, including your picture. Oh, I think I know where this is going. The inspector brings up the suspect's photograph. Rita exclaims in surprise, and even Graza has a stunned look on her face. Gee, Commander, that's the lady we found. You've seen her when? Where is she now? If she's the one you're looking for, things might be a little tricky. It's true that we saw her, but she ran off. According to the transmission from Colvin, she had already left the scavenger's camp before we found the missing trade goods. Baza quickly explains the situation. Have you been checking your camera footage over the past couple of days? No, the trade fair is about to begin and our guards have been stretched thin. Also, we performed a comprehensive search before and concluded that she'd already left the farm's territory. Actually, some people subscribe to the theory that the most dangerous place is the safe place. We might still have a chance. Since she already turned up in the scavenger's camp and we know the time frame when she left, we could try looking around through the logs of for the cameras nearest to the camp. That might narrow it down. Then let's go to the archives. Sometime later. I see it all makes sense now. After she left the scavenger's camp, she entered a civilian home and left with a trolley and supply crates heading for the fair. She disguised as one of the traders. Kyuha placed the video clip of all those events in sequence, forming a complete narrative. Our eyes meet and we decide to take action immediately. There are many people in the trade fair today than before. Everyone is smiling brightly, their faces full of hope and anticipation, utterly clueless about the disaster looming on the horizon. I glance to my side as at the inspector whose face is fixed in a group of scowl and reflect on how ignorance truly is bliss. Kyuha in position. I'm ready too. Disguised Delia has already come into range of the dolls and it's time to close the net. Commander, we're in range, ready to capture the target any time. Go. On my command, Kyuha and Graza rush forward, each seizing one of the target's arms, and Sabrina steps up in front of her. Commander, we're just here too. Delia quickly looks between the dolls and me, but her eyes light up. The moment she sees the inspector, like a limp marionette suddenly imbued with the spark of life. All of us disguised ourselves before coming here, but she somehow managed to hone in onto the inspector with perfect accuracy. How she did it is a mystery. Your customer, your order is ready. Please follow me to collect it. Wait, what order? Did we place an order? Yeah, Delia lowers her voice. I won't run, please please let go of me so people don't notice. The inspector needs to know the truth. I can't let myself die before that. Delia looks at the inspector. Kyuha and Graza looks at me, awaiting my order. Are you so afraid of me? I'm just a hurt civilian. I'm not even armed. Let go. You came here looking for me, right? I signaled to Kyuha and Graza to let her go. Please follow me to the temporary cargo holding area near customers. Delia leads us away. Oops. I actually skipped over something. What did I skip? She's trying to move quickly, but her injuries mean she isn't actually moving all that fast, which only adds to the tension. Now we come to a halt deep within the storage area, which is largely deserted. At first, my plan was to continue pretending to have lost my memory and stay in the scavenger's camp before leaving the settlement. The further I got from this place, the better. But in the end, I couldn't do it. Delia looks towards the scavenger's camp and sighs. Then she takes a booklet out of her pocket. There are dark red stains on it. This is the real accounting ledger for the warehouse. You'll need it. The late former warehouse manager hid it very well. Damn him, it took me a lot of effort to find it, and I doubt you're interested in hearing the details right now. Delia looks at the inspector. We still have no idea what that implies. For the past few years, you would go out in person and inspect the progress of the preparations for the trade fair. That was why I chose to pose as a merchant at the fair in order to increase my chances of meeting you. I needed to personally ensure this book reached your hands. Inspector, I have someone I would like to report. That would be the expedition leader Garen. For many years, he has falsified the amount of supplies gathered and falsely claimed contribution points for the expedition team. In addition, he has stolen large amounts of collapsed pieces. They took them in roughly 20 batches since it started last month. The evidence is included in that ledger. The cold wind blows. For a while, everyone is silent. It's a tradition of the settlement to drop bombshell news with completely straight faces. Contorting your faces for emotional expression consumes energy, which is a luxury I do not have right now. Delia wobbles as another gust of wind blows, and Sabrina worriedly moves up to support her. You need medical attention, Signorina. Delia waves her off, her eyes still fixed on the inspector. The previous warehouse manager was in on it, but it seems she had a disagreement with Garen on the matter of the collapsed pieces, so he lost his life. The moment I took over, I noticed something wrong with the accounts and was nearly silenced. As a result, my would-be killers thought I was dead and threw me into the disused storm drain. If these dolls hadn't been there, nobody would have found my corpse. Who do you think sent those killers, and what weapons do you think they used? The inspector does not reply. Roz and Sabrina quietly look away. It's a little embarrassing to be called out for illegal immigration right in front of deep reaching supreme authority. Oh man. I fled here because of disaster. I know just how bad life I know just how bad life in the Yellow Zone can be. It took a long time and a lot of hard work for the settlement to get to how it is today, and it's thanks to everyone's efforts that's still going. I've decided I'm done fleeing. It's too tiring for me. You need to take care of this inspector. Right now, the only person who can stand up to leader Garen, the only one we can count on, is you. It is at this point that the inspector breaks his silence. You ought to know that just this one piece of evidence isn't enough. The former warehouse manager's body has already been disposed of. That particular dead man will not be telling any tales. But we have a duty to the residents. Everyone has worked hard all year and handed their excess wealth and resources to management to handle. Hardly anyone has any reserves. Now that the celebration is at hand, we both know that people are going to start panicking if the supplies aren't handed out. And it will soon erupt into unrest and chaos like the outside. This is more than a simple case of theft. I urge you to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. I understand the gravity of what you have said, and I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Till then, the guards will arrange for you to be housed in a safe location and receive round-the-clock protection. In jail? I have considered that option. The inspector ignores Kyuha's groans and looks at Delia in the eye. The farm does not have any dedicated witness protection areas, so in lieu of that, prison cell would be a more secure location. As it is staffed by reliable personnel and its layouts is very well known, currently it's the best option for protecting a sensitive witness. I'll do my best to furnish you with a comfortable environment and medical care in your cell. You will only be detained for a short period of time in order to ensure your safety. You don't have to explain further. I trust you to do the right thing. Inspector, I've already celebrated many celebrations here in the management. You have never once missed a single one, which is why everyone has come to trust you. Delia thinks, and she fixes the inspector with a stern look. I believe you understand the significance of the celebration in everyone's eyes. It's more than just a day to collect living supplies, a symbol of hope in the future. It shows that the path of unity, cooperation, and coexistence that we chose to cling to is a meaningful one. Okay, sorry about that. Where were we? So please may this celebration be a happy one. I'll do my utmost. The inspector's adjutant and his men escort Delia away and out of sight. Sabrina notes that the inspector's hands are balled up into fists. She nervously moves close to me before whispering into my ear. Is he going to be alright? He seems a little, Isn't it a good thing that we have an idea where to find the missing class pieces? I remember the vendors talking about the inspector and the expedition leaders shared past. They were battle buddies once. It's good for the case, but for him as a person, well, human emotions are a complex thing. We returned to the admin center, and with the inspector, there was a gloomy mood in the air. Okay, now we're on to number 7. Okay, let's see. Wow, okay, we still got like lots, we still got a few more stages, like, okay, we only need to go through 4. Okay, 5, we still need to do this one, so we're almost there, Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Smiling Rubik's, okay. The inspector looks down at Delia's notes as he flips through them. In addition to the accounting data, Delia has tried to provide as much additional information as she could. What do you think of the information provided by the witness? Even if the witness testimony can be corroborated, the charges are being levied against a core figure of the farm. I believe having more proof would be helpful in the case. There are cameras throughout the farm. There's no way for the opposition to hide if they make a move. So verifying it won't be difficult. The question now is how far you're willing to go to gather this proof. The inspector remains silent in his seat as if he's morphed into a statue. He seems ill at ease while sitting in a chair, as if the temporary meeting room suddenly seems very cramped. Let's verify the evidence. The area surrounding the location where the witness was attacked was covered by a camera. Its footage should be in the appropriate security kiosk. I'll have my people give you today's cipher key. Commander, I hope you will verify the truth of this attack, and I will also need to know the identity of the person who attacked her. Take whatever screenshots you need and send them to my adjutant. He will corroborate it against the database of residents. His commission is still secret, so I hope you will maintain a low profile. Secret? Are you worried about something, Inspector? The inspector looks up. There's a sharp glint in his eyes. It's just in case. Neither the management nor the guards can be fully trusted. My adjutant is beyond suspicion. He is reliable, I'm sure of that. Understood. All the best to the both of us. Lead the dolls to the security kiosk in question. Damn it, someone's messed with this camera too. Wait, two? Why did I say two? That's because the tampering here is almost exactly like what was done during the mini robot theft incident. Don't tell me the same person was behind both cases. It's hard to say, we don't have enough evidence. Let's just start by restoring the original footage. We just need to connect level 2 like last time, right? Shouldn't be a problem. Give me a sec, hold on. Okay, where were we? Okay, I just had to freaking stretch, dude. My back is killing me. Okay, so where were we? Okay, it's fine. Look at that thing, dude. The data restoration is complete. In the restored footage, we can see Delia falling over after being shot. The killer approaches and drags her to a nearby storm drain. Looks like we're in luck. We've got several shots at the killer's face. I'll send these images to the adjutant. While you're at it, ask the inspector about how to proceed next. Should we head back to the admin center and meet up with him? You find a secluded corner and take a quick rest. Shortly afterwards, the communication alert beeps. It's from the inspector. Put it through. Rasa quickly explains what we've discovered. Yes, my adjutant just told me that there was a match in the resident database. The man is a high-ranking member of the expedition team. Alright, the expedition team you say. Let's go catch the leader now. What was his name again? I think he's called Garen. If it really was an inside job, then there's a lot of doubts from before can be answered. The spate of thefts surrounding residential areas and trade fair would force the guards to focus on them, which would probably mean the warehouse wouldn't be as closely guarded as before, right? The people who would know this best would obviously be core members of the management. Yes, that's right. And then there's that story about the Nyan causing trouble, the one that comes from the member of the expedition team too. Right, someone's uncle's, nephew's, father's roommate or something. Alright, this makes the expedition team more suspicious, but it doesn't directly implicate Garen. Are you still holding on to past friendship or something? Everyone's class pieces are missing here, and aren't they all going to starve if you drag your feet? Kua, I'm sure the inspector knows this, he just needs some time. I stopped Kyuha from pressing further. He has done a lot for the settlement and the people. I trust him as much as they do me. I need to proceed carefully when it comes to him. But the festive trade fairs opening ceremony is coming, and you've already delayed it once. Yes, the traders before supplies arrived at the farm last week. If we leave them be and fail to close the trade with them, they'll cancel it and leave. These brokers are not in the habit of hanging around and wasting time. Well, I have to say that you guys have your principles. A lot of settlements would choose to just rob the brokers outright. I've seen plenty of that in the Yellow Zone. Trade requires stability and trust. Those settlements you were talking about probably don't last long. Also, we have too many non-combatants here, and we can't afford to have a firefight at the checkpoint. That's also a major factor in all this. The inspector rubs his temples. Can you, give out a little less? I would rather avoid such a course of action unless I absolutely have no choice. The management does not rely entirely on the guards to maintain order. The residents obey our regulations because they have faith in us. and a major part of that is not stealing from each other. The residents' obedience is directly predicted on the management's willingness to keep their word is a virtuous cycle. Once trust in the management is gone, nobody will buy into the social contract anymore. That way lies chaos. We saw the expedition team before, and there's one thing I'm curious about. Are most of these settlements weapons concentrated in the expedition team? They are the only group that needs to leave the settlement to work, and they shoulder the greatest risk. Naturally, we give them our best gear, including over 70% of our personal protective gear, weapons and ammunition to be distributed as they see fit. If the situation truly calls for it, we may need to disperse the residents. I understand your concerns. Truth is, I have an idea, but it's a risky one. Come over to the admin center, we can talk there. Transmission ends.
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Okay. 1-7 is done. Moving on to the third story stage. Okay. Okay, wow, we're almost there. Oh, wait, did I say third storage? I mean the next storage stage, yeah. We're almost there, almost there, almost there. 2 days later, early in the morning, a broker convoy loaded with supplies leaves the settlement. Perhaps it's out of pity, or perhaps it's to repay the inspector's honest dealings with them. But they make their exit without fanfare. Leo, how can you even sit on your ass at a time like this? The door to the inspector's office flies open. They really left. What should we do about the supplies now? The man from the expedition team projects an air of strength and danger, like a veteran Variegar captain or the leader of a band of bounty hunters. The supply problem has been taken care of, Mr. Garen. And not the Garen, it is only that he realizes my presence. And who's this? A guest of yours? The expedition leader looks at the inspector. This is the commander of Diamo, our new partner. We've partnered with the broker Aminda, whom I introduced to the inspector. She can accept a short-term deferral in payment with my guarantee. He sounded desperate, so she's on her way now. Once again, I thank you for your help at this hour, in this hour of need. All the residents will remember your kindness. This development seems to have taken Garen by surprise because he pauses before speaking. Oh, so it's been settled then. All right then. Miss Minda doesn't know the region doesn't know the region will. Nah, I was supposed to say well, I believe. So we're planning to send a team out to receive her. It's no problem. Garen thinks for a moment and then he adds something else. Regards, don't leave the settlement often, so you probably don't know the way. Let me handle the meeting. I'll bring my boys along. I can rest assured with you handling things. The festive trade fair is almost here. We cannot have any slip-ups. Looks like we'll be meeting Aminda together, Leader Garen. I'll get my guys ready. In the blink of an eye, it's time to head out. The commander, was it? Let's go. You lead the way. Hang on, the inspector isn't here yet. What the hell do you need him for? You're an outsider, so you probably don't know, but all he does is send the expedition team off every now and then. He's too busy to come each time. Let's go, don't bother waiting for him. Sabrina looks surprised. Didn't you know Leader Garen? The inspector's coming with us to meet Aminda. Say what? I heard the sound of footsteps behind us. It's the inspector. Sorry to keep you waiting, we can go now. Leo, what the hell? You finished all your business. The fair's about to begin, you know? Aren't you supposed to stay home and make sure everything's running fine? The hell are you doing out here? Shipment is of vital importance. If anything goes wrong with it, nothing else will matter. So if anything comes up, having me around will make things go more smoothly. It's been years since you've been outside of town. Don't you think you're getting a little too old for this? Just settle down. We don't need sudden stunts from you at a critical moment. Like this. If you want to go out on a ride, I'll bring you with me on our next expedition. You can save it. I've already made up my mind. Seriously. It's time to head out. Since you clearly value that shipment very highly, it's best you make a decision soon. Let's go. Garen clearly hasn't given up on dissuading Leo, but the Inspector ignores him and looks at me. Mount up, everyone follow us. All right, let's go. There's some battles to do. Let's do this. The jeeps race over the wilderness, stabbing into the horde of elites like a lance. Fuck, what kind of shitty route is this? Garrett's voice is even louder with the wind blowing right in his face. The familiar outdoors seems to have caused him to shed some of his restraint. The time is tight and the terrain here is comparatively flat, so going straight would be quicker. As for the occasional obstacle, the elite blocking our path collapses as the gunshot rings out. Inspector's action supplies the answer. Oh, nice shot, Inspector. I haven't been in a firefight for too long, so I've gotten rusty compared to back then. The Inspector laughs in a self-deprecating way, and his mouth curves in a smile. Back then. I heard the vendors at the fair say Inspector Leo and Leader Garen used to be pals in the bounty hunter crew back in the day. Yep, sure were. This guy used to be a real William Tell. He knocked them down as fast as they popped up. That shot just now was too slow, nothing like how he was at his peak. Most bounty hunters tend to stay on the move. Once they finish sweeping an area, they move on to the next, and their routes are largely decided by their commissions. So why did you guys decide to quit the business and settle down? It seems to be an ancient history for them. Garen thinks for a long time before finally giving an answer. We messed up one too many times. Lots of our guys got hurt bad or kicked the bucket. In the end, our crew broke up. You know how life is in the Yellow Zone. This sort of thing happens all the time. All you need is to fill your belly. Take me, for example. As long as you've got the skills to pay the bills, you can eat well no matter where you go. Graza drives the jeep over a sandy curve, and all conversation stops for a bit. We end up swaying back and forth for some time before we can finally settle down. Our crew was never really that united to begin with, and we had discussions before doing anything. Anyone who agreed would join us on the commission, and anyone who didn't wouldn't take part. While we lived and ate together, we didn't have much in the way of common consensus or close ties. Can't remember that blonde-haired midget from back in the day. I think so. What happened to him? Don't remember anything about him. Don't think he rebuilt the farm with us. Well, he loved picking up first aid kits and would always go straight for them. Whenever our guys got hurt, he'd have to buy medical supplies off of them. They'd have to buy medical supplies off of him, and if you couldn't pay, he'd just watch you as you died in front of him. Yeah, I remember now. You were always a busybody. I can't remember how many times you lent money to the people begging him for meds. In the end, everyone you lent money to died, and you didn't get a single credit back. Lending money in the Yellow Zone is risky. You need to invest wisely. That said, you're a good man for doing what you did, Inspector. Hats off to you. Well, that blonde midget died later on, and nobody ever found that medical chest he always carried with him. Well, no shit. Hell, it might not have been. It might not even have been the enemy that got him. One of our guys might have been eyeing his meds. Back then, we were always coming back with fewer people than we started out with. Some died and some left. Who's to say one of them didn't take the chest and scrammed? Back then, people only cared about what they needed at the moment. It wasn't uncommon for infighting to happen because they found something valuable. Crews like that would either crumble or fall apart by themselves. Garrett frowns. It seems like he's realizing something because his tone changes. That said, it's the Yellow Zone, Leo. It's like that everywhere. We're all going to die sooner or later, so I'll just have to fight to survive as long as I can. How did that saying go, seize today? I thought that rather than drifting aimlessly, it was better to find a place to settle down. It wasn't necessarily be worse than being a bounty hunter. That's why we came to Darksteel Farm after the crew disbanded. A strange silence fills the jeep. Just then, we spot a plume of smoke in the distance. Commander, a pack of Elis is approaching us. Just in time, I've been meaning to give these old bones of mine a little workout. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so you just kill all. Okay. No problem.
了解
Good enough. Wait. Oh, maybe one more. Hold on. Oh, yes. Okay, we got it. Cowed by the doll's fire, the Elis instinctively blocked toward the direction where the gunfire is more sparse. Whoops. There, Garen and the rest of his expedition team members are having a hard fight. Come have a go if you're hard enough. I'll hold. Garen's shot becomes a cry of pain. His heavy armor provides him with solid defense, but it also makes him too slow to avoid the attacks coming from all directions. Kyo's voice comes in over the encrypted channel. Commander, we've largely cleared out this area. Should we go over to assist? No need to rush. Approach the combat area and wait for my signal. I watch Inspector Leo head toward Garen. After ensuring that the tactical situation is under control, I take out my binoculars. Behind Garen, an Elid is about to bash his brains out. Garen, get down! Inspector Leo raises his gun and Garen instinctively ducks. And, whoops. The bang which follows is lost in a clamor of battle, but the Elid behind Garen crumbles to the ground. However, this is just a single insignificant moment on the battlefield and more Elids pounce on them. Kua, Sabrina, go back them up. Sure thing, I've been waiting for this. Even after putting down my binoculars, I can still see Kua dragging Sabrina over to help them. From the driver's seat, Raza smiles. As lively as ever, Kua, I mean. Yeah, she's very good at managing the mood. Battle soon ends, and the others return to the jeep. Garen and the inspector collapse into their seats to regain their strength. Everyone alright? Several boys on the jeep over there are hurt. Nothing major though, it's no big deal. It was a little close back there, but we're vets of the yellow zone, so it's not like we haven't seen this shit before. Back when we first came to the farm, it was still a heap of rubble and there were Elis running around inside its perimeter. Garen was always the was always at the head of the pack whenever there was an attack. I still remember those days, Garen. How could I possibly forget? We couldn't find anywhere to take cover, so we had to pitch our tents inside one of those condemned buildings. I think it was around the same time as now, yeah, you had to sleep with one eye open, and one night I woke up to an Elid about to bite my fucking nose off. Oh yes, it was cold that night. I thought we were done for. We used up all our ammo and nearly froze to death. Kyuha tenses up as she hears this. What happened to them? How did you survive? Well, we somehow managed to fight them off. While we were picking up pieces, we suddenly heard a broadcast on the radio. It was a festive song, and Gary began whistling along with it. Soon everyone joined in, even though their singing was terrible. I just remember the warmth of the sun that day. It was a good start to the day. I still remember passing Green Zone convoy. Asked if we were setting off fireworks last night. Yeah, we were shooting off fucking RPGs all night long. How's that for fireworks? They go back and forth reminiscing about the past. The mood in the air is the most relaxed that it's been so far. You shot that Elid off my face back then, didn't you? Like just now. Man, I'd have been dead if it wasn't for you. That Elid had a whistle on it. I cleaned it and gave it to you as a memento to remember it. Of course, I've been holding on to it all this time. At this point, Garen falls silent and says no more. The inspector looks calmly at Garen. So working together was worthwhile, right? After that, we built the farm into what it is today. I believe that focusing on rules and helping each other meant that the farm wouldn't fall apart after a few years like most bounty hunter crews. Now how it is, we humans are tiny specks. It's only by banding together that we have a chance against the storm of life. Yuha nods vigorously, almost about to chime in with approval. I tug on her and interrupt her from doing so. Well, it's almost time for the festive trade fair. Our collapsed pieces were stolen and we can't buy the supplies we need. The farm's facing an invisible storm on its own. We built this farm together and I want to keep it standing until the very end. Garen, will you help me like you did back then? Garen looks down and then he laughs. You're stubborn as ever. Yes. The inspector turns away and with a look at disappointment on his face, looking at the road ahead. There's a text message alert breaks silence. Gentlemen, Aminda is here, and we're almost at the designated meeting point. Sweet. Okay.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者。
Give me a minute.
よくや
I'll
った
be
な。
right back. I just need to go take care of something real quick. So be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Where were we? There are two people in the vehicle's shelter. They're leaning against the truck in the shelter waiting for us. We dismount to show our respect and trust. As said, despite being several hundred meters away, one of them is ready, jumping out and hopping around. Commander, over here. Vepley's here. Vepley happily runs up to us. Your Commander, Vepley knows today's mission. Vepley will put on a good show. Mr. Pizza has something wrong. Mr. Pizza. Dolphin quickly fiddles with Vepley's Pizzaurus backpack, taking advantage of Vepley's distraction to flash the other's placating smile. Sorry, she's new. I'm oh, she's posing as Aminda. I'm Aminda, and it's nice to meet new clients. Kyuha strives mightily to control her laughter, and looks away, not daring to look further. Sabina smiles too, only Graz remains calm. Commander has given me a rough summary of the situation. I've brought what you want. The payment will be in installments. The details are all in the contract. This time is tight. Shall we set off now and bring the goods back to the settlement right away? Hang on, I want to check the merch. Open the cargo bay and let us have a look at it. As he says this, Garen brings his armed expeditioners over to the truck. Certainly. Open calmly opens the cargo bay. The expedition team members move crate after crate of cargo out and lay them in rows on the ground before inspecting them. As they move towards the crates deeper within, Coffin moves to stop them. We're deep in the middle of the yellow zone, right? Surely bringing them all out would be a little dangerous. If we ran into the Variegas, well, my humble enterprise wouldn't be able to take the losses if you couldn't move them all back in time. Garen, we're getting the goods first and paying them later. We can inventory the cargo when we get back. No need to worry about them pulling tricks. Yep, that's right. Anything could happen out here, so it's best to get it back to safety first. Garen, just check a few of them. We should prepare to head back soon. The expeditioners do not stop opening crates and ignore the inspector's words. The post quickens. These resources crates are placeholders borrowed from the Alamo. Not all of them are filled with supplies, and there's no telling when they'll open one that's filled with sand. Oh no. Fine, stop and load it all back up. Let's go, we'll lead the way. The inspector turns away. Weapon chambers with an audible click from behind him. More plumes of dust rise up in the distance as more jeeps drives over, easily cutting us off from the truck. These vehicles have the emblems of the expedition team on them, but they weren't in the convoy just now. Major Garen, what is the meaning of this? Is this what you chose in the end, Garen? Armed and armored men jump down from the jeeps and approach us. Their guns are aimed at the inspector and me. The dolls immediately form a screen in front of us. Broker, this is farm business. Stay out of it. You'll get the money you were promised and an extra 10% as gratuity. Sure, we'll be good. Dolphin smiles and backs up with her hand behind her, but I sense that she's waiting for my command. I give her an almost imperceptible nod by way of response. And you, Commander, of the, what was it, the ammo? If you bought it now, we'll pay you off too. Fortunately, in our line of work, we have these things called principles, you see? Plus, I have my reputation to think about, so unfortunately, I can't do that. I mock bow and apology, but stand my ground. Garen snores. There are far more expedition members now than before. Clearly, this has given him a huge boost in confidence. Not leaving, then you're just asking to die. Before that, can I ask why you're doing this? On account of the fact that we used to be friends. Shit, you don't know? I figure I can give you a freebie before you die. I took the collapse pieces. I wanted to screw your little festival, your little festive fair over, and I wanted those losers you took pity on to kick you out, along with all those useless bums you hired. You just run the farm into the ground with those losers dragging it down. We in the expedition team do the most and risk the most. I should have been the inspector in the first place. Cameron gets more and more worked up as he speaks, as though he's pouring out years of frustration at once. You know how many of my boys died out there? Do you even recognize their faces? Have you ever seen them bleed, get their limbs torn off, or the crystals growing through their bodies? They died for the supplies to be brought back. Why should we share it with those useless bums back at the farm? Those vendors and scavengers are all equally useless. This is the yellow zone. If we can find it, you think we can't sell it. And your guards are just as useless. If it wasn't for the expedition team coming for them, what the fuck would they even be able to protect? But in the end, the supplies got around to everyone anyway. Garen waves his gun around wildly as he vents, but he never once points it at the inspector. It seems at that moment getting all this off his chest was more satisfying for him than just finishing this off. So that's why you were upset. So that's what you were upset about. But have you ever considered what would happen to the farm if things hadn't developed as you expected? What would the title of inspector be if the farm hadn't fallen to internal upheavals? Would your expedition team be able to escape all that unnoticed? So what if I didn't think about it? I still believe that anyone who's strong enough can survive anywhere he ends up. You ought to know just how much the farm is spending and how much we're taking in. We pretty much swept all the nearby caches, and our expeditions are going further and further, about twice as long as before. Even if we can sustain our numbers at the moment, what about in 3 years' time or 5? Don't forget about all those useless mouths you're taking in or popping up brats too. You can't think of it that way. There are other ways working in the farm too. Establishing a logistics chain for you and the kids will grow up to be productive members of the community. Now please reconsider, Garen. Put your guns down. The farm still needs the expedition team. We can still make it work. Are you fucking blind? How many people do you have? How many people do I have? I'll make you a counter offer. Take your hired guns and get lost. Never come back to the farm and I'll spare your life. So there's no room for discussion. You can run or die. Pick one. Oh, but don't worry. I'll tell them you died along the way. Everyone will remember you once I become the inspector. Darksteel Farm will become the most powerful settlement in the Yellow Zone under me. I'll keep the vendors who can make good pitches. As for the rest, they can screw off. It seems there's nothing else to say. I gave you the chance to leave. You were the one who rejected it. Get them, boys. Garen signals to the expedition team to attack. Some of them hesitate since the target is the inspector, but after seeing their colleagues moving, they raise their guns too. Alright then. At some point, the inspector has pulled out an old whistle. He blows up. A shrill sound echoes through the sky as it is answered by the sound of jeeps roaring through the distance from afar. These are reinforcements from the guard squads. Oh, is that a whistle-shaped transmitter? I've been meaning to modify my own transmitters with retro styling like that. I bet it would look great on the commander. Turns out someone else already did it. Whistles, you say? Didn't it just come out? Didn't it come up from that story just now? Oh, it's nothing. It's not important. Let's get ready for battle 2. Rosa, Sabrina, and Cuba aside, I signaled to Colvin and Vepley too. Now for Vepley's exciting debut. A ready commander. Colvin draws her gun ready for battle. Now the expedition team's advantage is no more. Garen's eyes goes wide and looks incredulously at the inspector. You knew? That's impossible. When did you find out? Or did you? So you never trusted me in the first place, did you? The inspector's eyes are filled with a complex mix of emotion. 10 minutes ago, I was still thinking that that if you were willing to give up on this, I could continue pretending that nothing happened. I'm sorry, Garen. Damn, I kind of feel bad for the inspector, man. Getting betrayed by his close friend like that, jeez. Commander, we're ready for battle. Your orders, please. Roger, everyone, mission start. All right. Let's see. There we go. Easy. Several guards have Garen tied up. The inspector walks up to him. Now, tell me where the collapsed pieces are, Garen. You sounded confident enough to give that broker a 10% bonus. I'm sure you've hidden them somewhere. At first, we thought that Garen wouldn't tell us. After all, the collapsed pieces were a valuable bargaining chip, enough to buy his life. However, he gives up the location so readily that it catches everyone off guard. Got that? Add a log, Commander. I recorded the coordinates too. It's inside Darksteel Farm, deep inside the ruins, it seems. Sure, I lost. I wasn't wrong, though. I just wasn't strong enough. I admit that. Leo, I'll be watching you from the afterlife. He snorts the rise of Leo. Well, leaving that aside, if you ask me, things won't end well for the softies like you, Leo. Still, considering we used to be buddies, I hope you make it to the next year. Thank you, Garen. As the inspector looks at his former friend, his face is a mask of pity and regret, and he chambers around. Garen leans forward, resting his head against the muzzle of the inspector's gun. Commander, this is an internal matter for the farm. Would you mind? Oh, the dolls and I are just going to go scout the perimeter. Been a while since we went for a walk in the wasteland. I gather the dolls and lead them away with me. Behind us, the guards have Garen's men at gunpoint. By the time we get back to the jeep, the faint sounds of cracks and pops can be heard in the distance. Sounds like the fireworks in the green zone, doesn't it? Yeah, out with the old, in with the new, leave all the bad stuff behind and welcome a brand new start. Oh. I hope they will see a new beginning. Despite Kyuha's attempt to cheer everyone up, everyone is still strangely gloomy. I pat them all on the shoulder. This time, Perry sends us a transmission. Commander, I contact Aminda as requested. We're together now. I think the sound of gunfire has died down. Can we approach? Yes, escort Aminda and to the real meetup point. The farmer's inspector will be there after we arrive. Roger that. Perry ends the transmission. Several days ago, after Kyuha and I asked Aminda for help, the real Aminda responded to us. I arranged for Perry to have her wait nearby so she wouldn't get caught up in the fighting, while Coldfin and Bentley impersonate her. The inspector and Aminda quickly give the supplies a once-over, and on the way back, the inspector chooses to ride with us. When we go back, I'll tell them that Garen and his expedition team were attacked by Variegas and died. Trust you all know what to do, and don't need me to elaborate, right? Understood. Don't worry, our lips are sealed. Can I ask about something? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I thought some of the expedition team members were kind of confused about what to do, and they didn't really seem heavily involved with all this. Are they going to die gloriously too? There weren't a lot of those outsiders, so the guards are going to have a good long chat with the survivors. They're probably going to be traumatized after watching their teammates die, so they need some follow-up therapy for a while. Then once they're fully recovered, they can go back to work. The inspector says all this with a straight face, as though expedition leader Garen had actually been killed in a Variegar attack. Inspector, there's a little splash on your neck. Rita touches her neck to indicate the spot in question. The inspector reaches up to try and wipe the stain, but only spreads the reddish brown color further, like a wound that will not heal. Let me do it. I squirt some water from a hydration pack, and finally the wound is wiped away. I note the whistle-shaped transmitter hanging around his neck is now outside his shirt. Is that the whistle Garen gave you? The inspector looked down and reaches up to hold it. Yes. He doesn't elaborate, but he doesn't take it off either, only stuffs it back inside his shirt. I didn't fight for a long time before today, but now I feel like a bounty hunter again. The road is rough and the engine roars. We shake and shudder inside the vehicle, not knowing what lies ahead of us. The leader of the bounty hunter crew ought to protect his people. A settlement's leader ought to protect his home. It's the same thing. You are more than qualified to be a leader. The words force a laugh from the inspector. Actually, I have a question I'd like to ask. It's just an idle question, so don't take it seriously. What are you planning to do after this trade fair? The expedition team was your primary source of income, right? The inspector is silent for a while. There are too many things I have to do. I don't know where to begin. The expedition team has lost its leader. We'll need to appoint a new one and recruit new members. Garen's concerns were valid. The farm needs to improve its productivity and find new resources. The path to survival will be difficult, but I believe that when one door closes, another opens. His tone grows more and more grim as he contemplates these matters. Now that I think about it, I should have seen this coming. The expedition team has been unhappy about how resources were allocated for a long time now. I told him that our current reward scheme favors the expedition team's contribution over all others. Plus, even if he had won, it wouldn't change the fact that he need a support staff. Enough in the settlement everyone in the settlement has their own task to complete. The inspector pauses, then looks at Kyuha before continuing. Apart from the scavengers. No, why did you say so suddenly? Right? Oh, why did you suddenly? Yeah. Yura told me that the scavengers could effectively develop the ruins, and that they knew various agricultural techniques which could provide us with limitless source of food, but he was wrong. The residents don't see any value in keeping them. That was also one of the factors that drove Garen to his rebellion, although I didn't expect him to actually do it. It isn't just the expedition team that's unhappy with them. If we don't solve the problem of the scavengers, the other residents won't be able to tolerate them either. You regret taking them in. The inspector thinks, then he shakes his head. Darksteel Farm is their home, and people in the Yellow Zone have all had times when they were adrift and lost, myself included. Nobody wants to lose their home a second time. I do my best to buy them some time, but I also need to take the well-being of all the residents into consideration too. So in the end, they'll have to rely on themselves. After the inspector says this, we all fall silent for a while. Well, if it's just about food, I might have a solution there, or rather, I'm pretty sure I have a solution. We all look at Kyuha. Whoops, what the hell? I wanted to mention this earlier, but we had all this stuff going on, so I never had a chance to tell Yura. Anyway, I saw a soulless hazelnuts when we were exploring the ruins. What's that? It's that poisonous plant that Yura was talking about. Actually, it grows fruit. You need to crack them open and process them and ensure they're edible. Spent a long time in the Yellow Zone, running around and studying what new life forms in the Yellow Zone can and can't be eaten. So I think you can trust me on this. I can vouch for that. Kyuha is a proper Yellow Zone master chef now. The fact that they're everywhere in the ruins means raising them is pretty simple. Even if you need some time to grow them, just harvesting what's in the ruins should be able to tide you over for a year and a half or so. And also they're filling too. In short, I think the scavengers will be able to feed themselves. It would be great if we could cultivate them. Relax, Inspector. I'm sure the scavengers can do it. Truth is, I disagree with what Leader Garrett has said before. Kyuha hesitates, but she ultimately decides to continue with the topic. Even if things are tough now, based on what I've seen of people in the Yellow Zone these few years, I believe humans will continue to survive and the world will continue to get better. Someday, everyone will be able to eat their fill and wear a full set of comfortable clothes that fit well and do the work they like. Of course, the requirement for that is that people don't give up no matter what choices they make, whether they accept or reject something. They have to keep going on. As for me, I'll keep doing what I can do, which is to make sure everyone gets something to eat. Mr. Inspector, aren't you a weak man? You'll live a good long time, and maybe when your hair turns gray and white, you'll see a kinder, gentler world like we've never seen before. For once, Kyuha is absolutely serious and solemn. Everyone is briefly stunned into silence until Sabrina giggles. Bravissimo. That's exactly the kind of thing you say, Kyuha. What do you mean by that? Of course I'd say what I would say. Dolls begin squabbling as the jeep continues forward. And from the corner of my eye, I can see the inspector smiling too. Ah.
予想より早く終わりましたね。
Right. Okay, so let's do this. We find the collapsed pieces at the location Garen gave us, and the festival takes place as planned. Unlike the previous years, the year's ceremony includes a memorial service for the fallen members of the expedition team. After the solemn event, the distribution of annual supplies takes place and the settlement erupts into wild revelry. If you're out, your boxes look really heavy and need help carrying them. That's alright, we scavengers didn't have that many contribution points, so we only managed to collect a few boxes. I can handle 3 more loads like this by myself. It's not like you have to push yourself so hard. Commander, can you understand the joy I'm feeling right now? I'm carrying our supplies, and the more I have, the heavier they are, so the extra weight is actually a sense of security. So the tiredness that comes from happiness. At Yura's insistence, all we can do is watch and return with his hands full without lifting a finger to help. By the time we return to the scavenger's camp, Kyuha has just finished her tutorial on how to cook and prepared soulless hazelnuts. And we can hear her bright, cheery voice through the flaps of the tent. Once again, I empathize. You absolutely have to make sure you cook it thoroughly. If it's not properly cooked, you mustn't eat it. Raza has taken Sabrina to go shopping, which leaves me nothing to do but watch the scavengers as they begin cultivating the test plot. Shortly afterwards, I hear footsteps from behind as Kyuha walks up to me. Done with the lessons. Yeah, my students are doing self-study now. I hope we don't get any food poisoning cases tonight. Kyuha moves to my side. The scavengers are laboring on their various tasks, and for a moment, so nobody notices us. In the past, I left that green zone farm because I saw a lot of cases where people and places fell apart. When I delivered fancy and expensive ingredients to green zone residents, I watched people throw away leftovers without a second thought. But when I did deliveries in the yellow zone, every moment and every place I visited had people plagued by hunger, pain, and fear. I couldn't change the restaurants in the green zone, but there's a lot I can do in the yellow zone. Kyuha's voice is quieter and gentler than usual. Truth is, I wasn't always good at cooking, but I spent the past few years focusing on food, looking for hidden gems among ingredients and figuring out how to prepare them. Slowly my cooking skills improved. Food, it seems to have a magical power that can ease pain. People would sigh in relief after eating the stuff I made, perhaps. Feeling hungry hold on a sec. Food seems to have magical power that could ease pain. People would sigh relief after eating the stuff I made, perhaps. Being hungry is something like the hope to survive, don't you think? You've grown a lot in your search for cooking skill. You've done well during this incident. Really. Kyuha looks at me, her eyes shining like stars. I'm glad you approved, Commander. You know, I haven't thanked you for helping me with this whole thing, Commander. You don't need to. This was an interesting experience for me. What do you mean by that? Of course I have to thank you. While it started out as a fulfilling a request from my old boss, halfway through it turned into carrying out the mission that I assigned myself. Whether it's the scavengers here or the residents in the settlement, I want to spare them all the pain of hunger and give them the courage they need to live on. Do you think I managed to do that, Commander? Well, the look on your face tells me you're pretty proud of what you've done. Still, since you want me to praise you, I'll praise you again. Thanks, Commander. That's fine. Kyuha decides to change the topic. Now that you mention it, our reunion turned out completely different from what I originally planned. I was going to sneak aboard the Elmo with a whole bunch of awesome ingredients and brand new skills, then announce myself with a full-on banquet. How did I end up making such a sloppy entrance anyway? Can we do it again, Commander? You know, pretend you never saw me, give me a chance to sneak aboard the Elmo. This reunion is good enough, don't worry about it. True, sure, it was sloppy, but it was just because but that was just because of the circumstances. Our reunion was everything I wanted. I'm glad to be back by your side again. I laugh and pat Kyuha on the back. Scavenger's voice comes from the tents calling for Kyuha. Miss Kyuha, where are you, miss? Could you show us a few more dishes, please? I'm coming. Kyuha bids me farewell before rushing towards the tents. Okay, sorry, where was I? Wait, Kyuha. I just remembered that Mei Ling, she's our machinist aboard the Elmo, sent a recipe for Jiaozi filling a while back. Seems she wants some. Did you do anything with it? No problem, Jiaozi are part of my specialty, just leave it to me. I sent Kyuha Mei Ling's recipe. At the foot of the highlands, another person approaches me. It's the inspector. This is the first time I've seen the scavenger camp so lively. Meet again, Commander. Inspector looks around and greets me breezily. Chief Yura's by the tents. No, I'm here for you. Inspector takes an envelope from his pocket. This is special entry permit. This special entry permit is for you, an additional gift above and beyond what was promised in the contract. For the sake of our continued friendship. I look at the permit, which bears the inspector's personal signature. I suddenly recall all the crap we went through and being chased by checkpoint guards because of this, giving me an urge to chuckle. On behalf of the farm's residents and myself, of course, I would like to thank you for your help. you gave to Darksteel Farm. Even if I can't publicly declare it, this permit will serve as a symbol that the Elmo will always be a friend of the farm. You're welcome. Now that I've delivered my gift, I'll be heading back. Why not stay for dinner? Kyuhua's cooking up a storm. I have to take care of a few things at the admin center. We'll share a drink next time. The inspector waves to us and goes back the way he came. Commander, we're back. Raza bought tons of cute little trinkets, and me too. I stocked up on cheese. Sabrina, don't bring it up. Why hide it? Today's the day of celebration. It's okay to go over budget if it's once in a while. Why do you have so much food? Miss Delia forced us to take it. She said it was thanks for saving her life. She spent a lot of contribution points on them, but apparently the inspector transferred her some from his personal account. So it's a gift. That's good to hear. Send it all to Kyuhua. We'll have extra dishes tonight. Evening comes and smoke from the cook fires curls into the sky. In the distance, the trade fair and the settlement glow brightly in the twilight around us. The tents are suffused by a warm radiance. I got Mei Ling and all the dolls who aren't occupied at the moment to the campsite so they can enjoy an evening with us. Oh, look at this! I get to take a screenshot. Hot, coming through. Make way, make way. Where did all the GLC go? Save me some. Come on. Kyuhua's voice fills the air as she strides out with big plates of food in hand. Nice. Around her, the scavengers exchange seasonal greetings as they celebrate surviving another year. Commander, sometimes I feel like the fire in the stove is like a little ember of hope, because whenever there's smoke from a cooking fire, there's hope in a future. After thinking for a bit, I nod in agreement. No matter how hard the previous year might have been, people's hearts are still filled with joy in the moment when a plate of piping hot food is laid on the table, and their shared enjoyment of the dishes brings them closer together. Commander, have a good time. The coming year is going to be a good one, right? I'm sure it will. Aww. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do all this stuff too. We're not quite done yet. This was a great event. I love this event. This event was fun. It was fun to read. I like this event. It was pretty nice. The inspector is actually a pretty decent guy too. I thought that he was gonna be like some asshole, but no, I'm so glad I was wrong.
Yokai.
Okay. That's good enough. There's too space to kill him all in one shot, so. Okay, let's go kill this guy. Okay, the next one is over here. Okay, yep, this is easy.
Yokai.
Let's clear out these guys here.
Yo.
お茶をお出ししましょ
う。よい。
No.
今行くよ。今行くよ。
う。わかった。危ないですよ。わかった。
みんなありがとう。完璧なショーができたよ。シャークリンの次のパフォーマンスにも。
Okay, now this one. Ooh, wow, there's a lot of them. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen.
Yo.
了解。わかった。
了解。よい。
はい。あら。
みんなありがとう。完璧なショーができたよ。シャークリンの次のパフォーマンス。
Even one, I could technically like get more dupes of Vector, but I'm fine with like only one dupe, so. Or I mean like one copy. No, I'm fine with like no dupes. Ooh, hello. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. I have an idea. Wait, okay, yeah, no, this is a good idea. Hold on, I have an idea. We're gonna replace you, put you in.
おじけついたの？
This is going to be amazing. Okay, I have an idea. They are well placed, so I can do this. Yeah, I'm gonna just do this. Just toss it. Oh man. There you go, man. They're so good. They're so good when clearing out fields like this. Saves me so much time. There you go. See, I have like what 70 something tickets now, so let's see. Oh, do I have to go over there? Oh, okay, this one's gonna take a bit. Evacuate all ally. I have an idea. Okay, this is I have an idea. Okay, go. Okay, so we're gonna do around here. Do this. There you go. Down here.
Yo.
Okay. So we're gonna have to do this.
Yo.
Hi.
Can I just... I guess we could like, yeah, we could like... Here.
お茶をお出ししましょう。わかった。
Yeah, fine. Just use it on that one guy.
わかった。 はい。
Come on. There you go.
どうってことないわ。
了解。
はい。わかった。 はい。
用意。 戦場は片付いた。
There we go.
皆の
Easy.
者
Okay. Move
よ
on.
くやった
Move
な。
on. Okay, last one. I hope that we could just like immediately just nuke the field and then finish it. Oh, I guess I can.
了解。
There we go.
わかった。
All
作
done.
戦終了。
I just nuked the field. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's done. Wow. Okay. Let me see here. Let's see. So recruit. How much is that now? 79. Oh, that's up to 85. Oh. Oh, that's actually a lot of pulls now. Holy. Okay. I don't know if I could get her gun though. Oh. Okay, let's just do like 110 and then that's it, yeah. Just one more 10. Oh, nothing. Okay. Yeah, no, that's it. I'm not gonna be pulling anymore. 6-9, nice. So that's it. No more pulling. I want to save my pulls for like later characters. She's a cool character though. I do want her. Maybe at some other point. Maybe when they decide to put in another banner like the one I pulled Suomi on. This one. So yeah, maybe. Oh, I could switch. Oh. Oh. It's actually neat. Okay, I thought it was like, okay. I really hope that they put in another banner. That's cool. Yeah. Anyway, that is it, guys. I'm calling it quits now. That's gonna be the end of the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I will see you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's organized. So yeah, I'll catch you later. Bye.